Roundtable mic, volume test. Good.
Volume test, Spanish room, volume test. Okay.
Roundtable mic, volume test, roundtable mic, volume test.
English room.
Hello, testing. We cannot hear you when you say round table 9.
Equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agricultural production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 Agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
L'eau pour moi.
我是马颖，来自中国。
المياه بالنسبة لي.
El agua para mí.
Вода для меня это.
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas, desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilya kay kisna yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah la kalupya sa ki pawi sa wa imaya na era bara yang kasaklilya kay kisna.
Mayroon na nisut ni na yang upa lilias na anyang tingki wis na sakuna mala daw kay ka kumsin ay kibangwan sa kabu sal karay baikan batay liara sal ka baplapis abam na warta kiyah tabitaw kaya.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, a llevarle sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida. Y más aún, que en las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, St. Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y riesgo frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamsepaz y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades y, sobre todo, adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en todas las actividades. El proyecto se basó en un modelo de cogestión, articulado con organizaciones de base e instituciones locales. Esto permitió responder de manera eficiente a la compleja coyuntura socioeconómica de hombres y mujeres productores como resultado de la pandemia. El proyecto promovió un enfoque de recuperación con transformación, priorizando la inclusión y el empoderamiento de mujeres, jóvenes y pueblos indígenas. Rescató la importancia de promover el uso de tecnologías y saberes ancestrales, reconociéndolas como herramientas de desarrollo, resiliencia y sostenibilidad. Identificó oportunidades para empoderar a mujeres y jóvenes, generando oportunidades de ingresos, reduciendo brechas y visibilizando su potencial como agentes de cambio. La iniciativa además respondió a una emergencia y logró fortalecer la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios en un contexto de crisis compleja. Además de los impactos continuados del COVID-19, la incidencia de otros factores económicos como la inflación, choques climáticos, conflictos sociales y la inestabilidad política conllevaron a la adaptación operativa de las actividades para poder garantizar el cumplimiento de las metas programadas. La red de gerentas y gerentes de FAO en América Latina y el Caribe surgió en julio de 2022 como un espacio para fortalecer las relaciones, el diálogo y el aprendizaje entre quienes dirigen proyectos en todas las áreas de acción de la FAO.
Con más de 200 integrantes, la red congrega a responsables para la ejecución de $700 millones en proyectos FAO en toda la región.
Las y los gerentes son los que tienen contacto directo en los territorios y comunidades, son los que abren camino y producen cambio.
Son quienes día a día enfrentan los desafíos, las exigencias de los gobiernos, de nuestros socios y también las necesidades de nuestros beneficiarios.
En su primer año de vida, la red ha organizado 17 encuentros para compartir conocimientos, oportunidades y buenas prácticas.
Para los proyectos de cooperación sur-sur, esta red es un excelente espacio para el intercambio de informaciones técnicas y de gestión.
En los encuentros no solo se abordan temas técnicos, sino también habilidades blandas como el manejo de equipos, la solución de conflictos y la comunicación asertiva. La red ha servido también para reconocer el trabajo de nuestras gerentas y gerentes de proyectos, que son esenciales para que los objetivos de la FAO se conviertan en acciones concretas y transformadoras. La red de gerentas y gerentes de nuestra región es una experiencia sin precedentes en la FAO, una herramienta de construcción de soluciones innovadoras en conexión directa con los territorios y con nuestros beneficiarios, para no dejar a nadie atrás. Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019 previo al COVID-19.
So I'm happy to report that we have a quorum and we will begin. We have solved the technical problem. So I invite delegations, please, to take their seats. And before we begin, I'd just like to make the following announcements. Simultaneous interpretation is available in English, Spanish, and French on the interpretation devices associated with the microphones at your seats. On your microphone, please select the language channel 1 for English. And for virtual participants, interpretation is available on Zoom. Through the language button on the toolbar. For the roundtable mics, the arrows on the left of the screen control the channels. If the light is red, the mic is on. The display will also show mic is on. Headsets should be plugged into the headset jack on the left of the device. If you should have problems, you please just raise your hand like this and there will be someone watching out to assist you. Tengo unos anuncios importantes respecto a la interpretación. La interpretación simultánea está disponible en español en los dispositivos de transmisión asociados con los micrófonos a sus sillas. En los micrófonos pueden seleccionar el canal con el idioma canal 2. Para los participantes virtuales, la interpretación está disponible vía Zoom a través del botón de lenguaje en la barra de botones. Para los micrófonos de mesas redondas, las flechas a la izquierda de la pantalla controlan los canales. Si la luz es roja, el micrófono está encendido. La pantalla también mostrará que el micrófono está encendido. Los auriculares deben conectarse al conector para auriculares situado a la izquierda del dispositivo. Y si tienen problemas, por favor, señala con la mano y hay una persona que pueda asistir, apoyar. J'ai quelques annonces importantes concernant l'interprétation. L'interprétation simultanée est disponible en français grâce aux appareils d'interprétation associés au microphone de vos sièges. Sur le microphone, vous pouvez sélectionner le canal de votre langue, qui est le numéro 3. Pour les participants virtuels, l'interprétation est disponible sur Zoom via le bouton de sélection de langue situé dans la barre d'outils. Pour les micros de table ronde, les flèches à gauche de l'écran contrôlent les canaux. Si c'est rouge, le micro est allumé. L'écran indiquera également que le micro est activé. Les casques doivent être branchés sur la prise casque située à gauche de l'appareil. Et si vous avez des problèmes, vous pouvez faire un signe et il y aura quelqu'un qui vous allez aider. So I would like to share some suggestions also for those participants who are connected virtually before officially beginning the conference. These recommendations were also available on the conference app and on the website for your ease of reference. When you're speaking, please turn on your video, move close to the microphone like this, and speak slowly. A dedicated microphone is recommended rather than the one built into your computer. And also for those who are physically here and who are participating in the roundtable, please also keep the microphone close. If you're going to be in a high-level session, please hold the microphone close to your mouth. Yesterday with height issues at the podium, sometimes the microphone is too far away and it becomes difficult for interpretation. So please hold the mic close to your mouth. And when you're not speaking, keep an eye out to be sure your mic is off, because the camera does shift depending on where the microphone is on. So please make sure to mute it, both virtual and physical participants. On the screen, you can see that if you do have a written statement, you can send it to this address to facilitate interpretation. Interpreters will treat it as confidential. And in any virtual meeting, the audio quality can unexpectedly deteriorate and become insufficient for interpretation purposes. So interpreters will verbally indicate this and resume interpretation as soon as the sound quality allows. Okay, so I think we are here. I know we have a quorum. So, Minister, good morning to everyone. And I would maybe ask for the introductory video for the regional conference to be broadcast in plenary before turning it to the chair. Thank you.
Latin America and the Caribbean is a region rich of diversity and culture. From north to south, traversing lofty mountains, crystal clear waters, blooming valleys, and lush forests, the inhabitants of our region share a common goal: the pursuit of a better future for all. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations works tirelessly to achieve this objective. From now on, guided by FAO's strategic framework, we will support the 2030 Agenda by transforming to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. FAO Regional Priorities. From traditional knowledge to modern techniques, FAO supports governments to enable farmers to produce more food efficiently and responsibly, to achieve better production and enhance agricultural productivity in a resilient and sustainable manner. FAO supports programs that foster healthy diets at all levels and address malnutrition in all its forms, ensuring better nutrition to eradicate hunger and achieve food security for all. Through the conservation, use, and restoration of biodiversity, FAO implements sustainable and resilient agriculture practices, considering adaptation and mitigation to climate change for a better environment. FAO advocates for a better life for all, promoting inclusive economic growth and reducing inequalities in rural and urban areas, warranting inclusion of most vulnerable groups, such as women, Afro-descendants, and indigenous populations, and encouraging youth in agri-food sector. Promoting a better future for the people and the planet can only happen by building partnerships that enable the exchange of innovation, technology, data, and good governance practices. The Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean is vital in advancing these objectives. Every 2 years, it provides a platform for countries to collaborate, share knowledge, and develop solutions to regional challenges. From sustainable agriculture to food security, the conference propels progress towards a brighter future for the region. In collaboration with governments and multiple actors, FAO continues its mission to build a world where everyone can thrive, leaving no one behind.
Good morning to all delegates, member state, official observers, and spokespersons for non-state actors. Before proceeding with the agenda, I would like to give the floor back to the conference secretary, Eve, who has a brief announcement to make. Eve, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I wanted to inform you all that there are rooms available for bilateral meetings. If you would like to reserve it for a meeting, please contact Sandy Ramdehal. Her telephone number is on the screen today, and she will help you to book the room for your meeting when it is available. Secondly, I also wanted to remind you that there is, if you have not had a chance yet to visit the immersive experience on the first floor, that was brought here to Guyana from Rome in collaboration with our communication colleagues. Please do so. It is a digital and innovative storytelling experience, and it represents our shared commitment to transform agri-food systems for future and present generations, and we hope that you will enjoy it. So please do find the time to visit it sometime during the next 3 days. Thirdly, for those who missed it, the conference report will be posted very shortly, and we want to make sure that delegates have a chance to review it for endorsement on Thursday. And finally, one of the changes is that there is a CARICOM ministers meeting at the end of the day today. You will see that in the order of the day, which the minister will present. I just wanted to draw your attention to that. It's a ministerial meeting of CARICOM ministers on the regional strategy for youth in agriculture at 4:30 p.m. today here in the plenary hall. And we hope that all CARICOM ministers will be able to join us. That is all, Chair.
Thank you very much, Eve. Now I kindly request to display the order of the day for the second day of the conference. I remind everyone that the agenda is published daily in the 3 official languages and the regional conference app. Are there any objections to today's agenda? It's on the screen there, displayed. If there is no objection, the agenda is approved. We'll now address item 23, the Ministerial Roundtable, Advancing Fisheries and Aquaculture Towards Sustainability under the Blue Transformation Approach. This topic is supported by LARC/24/INF/14. In Latin America and the Caribbean, aquatic food sustain 85 million people, providing vital nutrition and livelihood and constituting 10% of animal proteins intake. Fisheries and aquaculture are integral to the region, but facing similar food system, including climate change and pollution. The challenge is to produce enough affordable, safe food while ensuring fair employment and environmental conservation. Aquatic food systems offer promise, but transformation is necessary for sustainability. Blue Transformation provides a roadmap for inclusive, resilience, and sustainable aquatic food system, aligned with FAO's strategic framework 2022 to 31. Its focuses on intensifying aquaculture, managing fisheries effectively, and upgrading value chain. Achieving Blue Transformation requires innovation, investment, and partisanship across sectors. Its major implication for hunger and poverty reduction make it a priority for sustainable agri-food system. This next session focuses on actionable solution for implementing Blue Transformation, emphasizing regional collaboration for resilience, inclusive and sustainable aquatic food system. Dr. Baranj, Assistant Director General and Director of Fisheries and Aquaculture of FAO, will make a presentation to launch this discussion. Dr. Baranj, you have the floor, sir.
Chairperson, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to moderate this first session of today, particularly on advancing fisheries and aquaculture towards sustainability under the Blue Transformation approach. The Blue Transformation, as the chairperson just mentioned, is critical to transform aquatic food systems to address food and nutrition security and poverty globally. We will hear today from ministers on key national initiatives and impactful examples to transform aquatic food systems. The panelists will share technical solutions, transformative policies, and strong, inclusive partnerships that have been put in place to drive Blue Transformation. First of all, let me present a curtain raiser video about Blue Transformation.
Any change begins with an idea.
A vision to achieve more, contribute effectively, make a difference. Today, we can imagine a different kind of world and take the action required to achieve it. Imagine a world where fisheries and aquaculture can transform nutrition and food security to feed the world's growing population. All aquatic resources are managed sustainably. Aquaculture supports economic development, poverty reduction, and nutrition in low-income countries. Inclusive and equitable value chains bring an end to food loss and waste, while ensuring all consumers can access safe aquatic food. The human rights, security and incomes of all fishers, fish farmers and fish workers are guaranteed and protected. Blue transformation is possible. A world where fisheries and aquaculture drive real change and create a meaningful difference to the lives and livelihoods of millions of people. FAO is ready to drive a blue transformation by harnessing science-based solutions, creating dialogue, and leveraging policies that can make it happen. But we cannot do it alone. We need meaningful collaboration and invite national and local governments, the private sector, and other partners to join us. Blue transformation is not only possible, blue transformation is needed if we are to nourish and sustain a growing population. But it must begin now. It must begin with us.
Thank you very much. I hope that you enjoyed this brief introductory video. Allow me to continue by presenting the blue transformation and what it means for advancing fisheries and aquaculture towards sustainability in Latin America and the Caribbean. If I can have the presentation loaded, please.
It is loaded. If you can look above, Manuel, it's loaded on Zoom. You can see it on the side. IT, can we also see it from the main screens down below, if that's possible?
Thank you. As the chairperson mentioned, my name is Manuel Baranje. I'm Assistant Director General at FAO and Director of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Division. In introducing this topic, let me first provide some background information. The importance of aquatic foods for food security, nutrition, and healthy diets is increasingly recognized and was identified by the Scientific Board of the UN Food Systems Summit as one of the 7 priorities to end global hunger. This is primarily for the unique, rapidly available micronutrients and amino acids, its lower greenhouse gas emissions and environmental footprint, and that for many coastal and riverine communities, it is the most accessible source of top quality protein. Globally, the sector produces 182 million tons of aquatic products, almost equally divided between fisheries and aquaculture. The LAC region produces 15% of the global fisheries production, but only 4.2% of the global aquaculture production, both concentrated in volume in South America. But while fisheries production has been decreased by a rate of 1.4% per year since the year 2000, animal aquatic production has grown by almost 6% per year in the same period. Right. Furthermore, FAO estimates that 85 million people in the region depend on fisheries and aquaculture for food, nutrition, and livelihood support. For many of these, the sector is the gel that keeps communities together with enormous additional cultural and social benefits. Perhaps less known are the economic benefits of fish trade. The LAC region is a net exporter of aquatic animal products with a net benefit to the region of almost $19 billion in 2021. It accounts for 20% of all the global exports of fish products. The consumption of aquatic foods in the region is actually quite low, only 10.4 kilograms per person per year on average, which is almost half of the global average. However, in some Caribbean islands, the consumption is among the highest in the world, including Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, or St. Kitts and Nevis. In fact, in Guyana as well, the per capita consumption is over 25 kilograms per capita. But even to keep the current low levels of consumption of aquatic foods in the region, production will have to grow by almost 25% by the middle of the century to keep up with population growth. If we wanted to increase the per capita consumption of the region to the global average of today of 20.5 kilograms per person per year, it would require a growth of the sector of 60% by the middle of the century. Now, any growth of production will have to be achieved in the midst of many additional challenges on marine and inland ecosystems, including climate change, habitat destruction, and unsustainable practices and pollution. But there are significant opportunities ahead. And this is why FAO developed a Blue Transformation, an ambitious and detailed global roadmap to ensure fisheries and aquaculture contribute more significantly to ending hunger and poverty. Blue Transformation has quantifiable major objectives, 3 of them, and associated measurable outcomes for the fisheries and aquaculture sector. The first one is to promote the sustainable expansion and intensification of aquaculture to satisfy the growing demand for aquatic foods, with an expected outcome of growing the subsector by 35% globally by 2030. The second objective is to ensure that all fisheries are placed under management, because our data demonstrate that while many fisheries are unsustainably exploited, those under management tend to rebuild and become sustainable. And third, to upgrade and develop the value chains of aquatic products, reducing loss and waste by half by 2030, facilitating market access, especially for small producers, and raising awareness of the importance of including aquatic foods in national food security and nutrition strategies. Let me put some meat around the bones with a couple of examples of how we are paving the way for Blue Transformation from FAO. Under the first objective, FAO has completed negotiations for a new guidelines for sustainable aquaculture, the first global instrument on aquaculture development to guide our capacity building programs. In 2023, FAO, we've gone back to the beginning. There you are, thank you. FAO approved 5 new global centers of excellence on aquaculture biosecurity and antimicrobial resistance to provide guidance to members on protocols and standards. And in the last 2 years, we have completed a plan of action to conserve, use, and develop aquatic genetic resources for aquaculture and set up global information systems on such resources, which are key to the future of the sector. Under the second objective, we continue supporting programs for data collection, analysis, and fisheries advice, partially through the EAF Nansen program, operating under the flag of FAO since 1975, and also providing software for data collection system to different countries, including Guyana. In 2024, we celebrated 10 years of the endorsement of voluntary guidelines for small-scale fisheries, which we continue to implement them with your support at national level, supporting small-scale and subsistence fishers reap the benefits of the sector. And we are continuing negotiating and implementing global policy standards and instruments, including the Port States Measures Agreement, guidelines for transshipment, guidelines for marking of fishing gears, for the catch documentation schemes, and others to set global standards. And finally, for the third objective, we continue developing programs to upgrade the value chains of aquatic foods, like the Fish for ACP program, operating, for example, in Guyana on sea bob and in Dominican Republic on mahi-mahi. We're implementing pilot programs, feeding programs connected to local producers, a win-win solution benefiting children and local fishing communities, for example, in Honduras and Peru. We are also negotiating technical guidance documents on social responsibility in aquatic food value chains as requested by members. FAO has estimated the impact of blue transformation if we are implementing it properly by the middle of the century, showing that a full implementation, that's the green line, will allow us to increase the global consumption of aquatic foods by almost 25% from today, despite a growing population. However, a failure to transform through unsustainable aquaculture and fisheries practices or unable to upgrade value chains may decrease the global per capita consumption of aquatic foods, the red line in the figure, putting more pressure on land-based food production systems. Distinguished ministers, this is blue transformation and its possibilities. Let me conclude the presentation reading the 3 questions posed to our panelists today. We would like Your Excellencies to address one of the following questions. What actions has your country already taken to transform aquatic food systems to ensure that sustainable fisheries and aquaculture deliver sufficient, safe, and nutritious food equitably, as well as employment, economic growth, social development, and environmental recovery? What are your ideas and initiatives to transform aquatic food systems under a changing climate? And what actions are needed to strengthen regional cooperation to enhance coordinated efforts at all levels towards a blue transformation? And with that, Chairperson, thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc. So now I'll open the floor to our panelists to begin the ministerial dialogue. All 5 of our ministers are physically present with us here today, and then we'll have one virtual panelist who is an observer. Each will have up to 5 minutes, and let's make use of this time because we are behind time already to share their perspective and respond to Dr. Baraj's question. Let us begin with the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Blue and Green Economy of Dominica, Mr. Roland Royer. You have the floor. Dominica.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning all, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. First, let me take the opportunity to thank the government and people of Guyana for hosting this FAO regional conference. Colleagues, as we know, survival on this planet may be impossible in the absence of a healthy ocean. Dominica, part of the Caribbean region, has an exclusive economic zone of approximately 28,500 square miles, which is approximately 37 times bigger than our land space. So in reality, we have more ocean than land. The blue economy is one of our pillars of economic growth in the Commonwealth of Dominica as we seek to grow the economy, improve livelihoods, and create jobs while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystem. For this reason and more, Dominica subscribes and promotes the 4 better of the FAO, which are better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. Collectively, we call for a regional alliance to promote the sustainable use of marine resources consistent with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 14 and 15. We endorse the regional protocol on the CARICOM Common Fisheries Policy for the sustainable use of living marine resources, for blue economic growth and sustainable development, but much more is needed to propel the blue economy in the region. Colleagues, delegates, climate change is real. Every year, the Caribbean region suffers from frequent strong storms and hurricanes, coupled with other global challenges, such as the disruption of the supply chain caused by the ongoing wars and conflicts. A common strategy is required. As small island development states together, we will achieve faster. In 2019, the government of Dominica articulated this policy on the development of the blue economy to increase prosperity and the health of human and natural environment through a whole system design approach to ensure that our development is properly adapted to local environment, culture, and economy. Thereafter, several assessments and studies were done to develop a blue economic transformation roadmap, which focuses on marine capture fisheries, aquaculture, and mariculture, water sports, and marine transport. The aquaculture subsector plays a crucial role in ensuring national food security in the rural space, particularly among women and youth. It serves as a viable alternative source of food that is rich in protein and can assist with the national input substitution drive. Aquaculture alleviates the strain on capture fisheries, generates local employment opportunities, and bolsters resilience to climate impacts and food sources. Dominica, blessed with abundant natural resources, possesses conditions which support the development of aquaculture and associated subsectors. Dominica wishes to thank the FAO for its support under the Amexit project, where we successfully rehabilitated the government hatchery post-Hurricane Maria. This refurbished hatchery supplies more than 600,000 seedlings of giant freshwater prawn per cycle to farmers. To help sustain and grow the subsector, more technical assistance is urgently needed in imparting technical knowledge, support, and capacity building programs for farmers, the establishment of additional farms, post-harvest handling, alternative feeds, processing, and the development of a robust market chains. The seaweed or sea moss production, as is commonly known in the OECS, has huge economic potential, as articulated in a recent FAO comprehensive value chain analysis for the sea moss subsector conducted in Dominica. This analysis was aimed at identifying bottlenecks among the value chain and establishing crucial links between farmers and key market players. Chair, our marine captured fisheries activities are largely artisanal. Marine capture fisheries are a significant sector of the blue economy, currently with over 1,400 registered fisher folks directly or indirectly involved in captured processing and vending of fish. As I end, I would like to emphasize that on our island, we promote responsible fishing practices. Therefore, a conservation and sustainable use of marine resources are critical. We can establish several marine reserves that are protected by law, and we are already seeing the positive results as there is evidence of an increased population of fish species. This has resulted in increased fish catch and income while supporting marine and coastal tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dominica. And before I call on the next speaker, you could feel free if you want to sit in your chair or you want to use the podium. Both, you have an option. So I now give the floor to the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining of Jamaica, my good friend, Mr. Floyd Green. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. As this is my first intervention, allow me to congratulate President Ali and yourself, Minister Mustafa, as the Chair, and the people of Guyana for hosting us here. I think the words of the President of Guyana and Director General yesterday must guide us in relation to our interventions. This is the time for more action. We have to deal with some of our fundamental challenges and not proverbially kick the can down the road. So as we speak about blue transformation, the livelihood and survival of our artisanal fishers is critical. And fundamentally, these meetings must redound to the benefit of the fishers that we represent from our various states. In that regard, Chair, I speak in two capacities. Firstly, as the chair of the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, which had our largest meeting hosted in Barbados in September with over 100 delegates and reaffirmed some of the initiatives on the Blue Transformation Drive from the FAO. It is critical that our decisions are knowledge-based and as a priority for all of us in this region, especially for CARICOM and the CRFM, which aligns with the ecosystem approach to fisheries. We had in our 37th meeting of LAC called upon the FAO Norway EFA Nansen program to conduct fishery surveys in the region. I commend the FAO for developing the concept note and working with the CRFM and the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission to do this project. However, Chair, it is taking much too long. We're calling upon the FAO to accelerate these efforts because, again, how can we make decisions if we don't have the data to truly support conservation management and conservation of our living marine resources? Additionally, the FAO must provide greater support for WCAFC to lead this change and its strategic reorientation. In a national capacity as Minister from Jamaica, we're implementing a fisheries development program that has two components: the promotion of community-based climate resilience and also the modernization of our licensing and registration systems. The reality is, as small countries, oftentimes our licensing and registration regimes have not helped our artisanal fishers. And as such, we're using the technology to develop what we call our IRI fins, a Jamaica Fisheries aquaculture information system where our fishers, fish farmers, and vessels can register using their mobile devices. We are driving the development of our first aquaculture agri-park to really drive production across aquaculture. Especially, we're looking at our community-based climate resilience models to promote diversification of the income component of our fisheries development program. We're helping our fishers, our small artisanal fishers, to diversify and to go into sea moss production, ecotourism, and ornamental fish development. In relation to the next steps, we believe that FAO must accelerate its efforts to boost development of the sub-regional and national plans to reflect the sensitivities and needs of members and to approve their ability to benefit from the Blue Transformation Roadmap. Again, there can be no blue transformation if we don't tackle illegal, unreported IUU fishing, including continuing to strengthen interregional fisheries management systems at national and sub-regional and intra-regional levels. There has to be further collaboration to strengthen and replicate existing mechanisms and systems that help to improve sustainability through data sharing. We have embarked on the Blue Justice Initiative, and as such, we're willing to partner with other members for this initiative. It is critical that FAO supports the development and improvement of legislation and policies, including those that relate to the control and surveillance to combat IUU fishing. And the final two, it is critical that we develop interregional systems on traceability. We have to cut out the market for illegal fishing, which poses a serious threat to sustainability, safety, and national security. And finally, where I started, priority must be given to the diversification of the livelihood of small fishers and fish farmers. This is the only thing that can be done to reduce the occurrence of overfishing and to support ecosystem management efforts across the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. I now give the floor to the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Panama, Mr. Augustus Vander. Valdemira, Alvaramira. You have the floor, sir.
Sí, muy buenos días a todos los participantes.
Good morning to all the participants of the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, and this dedicated segment on advancing fisheries and aquaculture towards sustainability under the Blue Transformation approach. I wish to congratulate Prime Minister Ali, the President, the Prime Minister, and the country at large for hosting this special event, as well as FAO and all the officials who have made this conference a reality and give hope for the future of Blue Transformation. IUU fishing is one of the greatest threats to marine ecosystems, the social and economic well-being of coastal communities, and undermines efforts to achieve sustainable fisheries. We have a registered fleet in my country, and we have a strategic position as an exporter of fishery products. Panama has committed to achieving blue fisheries with sustainable development, pooling its efforts to combat IUU fishing. President Laurentino Cortizo Coin has taken important steps in this domain with a view to advancing national legislation in accordance with international standards. We have broadened our monitoring and ongoing capacity of the national and international fleet with the use of technological platforms that allow us to support oversight, control, and monitoring activities. We have adopted a new fishery and aquaculture law with a view to encouraging aquaculture, fishery, and other laws ensuring that this all be conducted sustainably using adequate methods that seek to achieve sustainable conservation and trade of these products, while also benefiting current and future generations within the realm of preservation and sustainability. We have made advances in establishing some 61 associations of aquaculture and fisher workers in Western Panama, in Palo Seco, which has transformed food system, generated employment, economic growth, and healthy practices for responsible fisheries. Fisherfolk and their families have developed a circular economy which is necessary to develop these fishery communities. They have been trained by experts in processing marine products into foods such as hamburgers, so as to boost the economic sustainability of these communities. As part of our commitment to the sustainable management of their natural resources, Panama has increased its marine protected area to 54%, with an impact on the country's extensive reef. This converts us into a pioneer country in healthy oceans, in addition to our renewed drive for the marine corridor with sister countries such as Colombia, Costa Rica, and Ecuador. These national actions make it possible for us to make progress in developing sustainable fisheries. We wish to reiterate Panama's commitment to this type of development. We are working tirelessly, seeking to share information. We wish to thank FAO, the European Economic Community, and all organizations who are helping our country in its oversight efforts over its territory and resources, and supporting us technically and economically. This is a commitment shared by all the sister countries who have joined this effort worldwide. Let's keep working together to achieve this lofty goal and preserve the sustainability of our planets through our seas. Thank you very much. I wish this conference every success.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to the Vice Minister of Livestock of Paraguay, Mr. Marcelo Gonzalez. You have the floor.
Thank you. Buenos días para todos.
Good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure for Paraguay to share with you our experience in the realm of aquaculture. We are a Mediterranean country with two major rivers where historically we have had small-scale fisheries through which our population could access fish. More recently, in terms of what we've been doing in our aquaculture sector, the bottleneck had to do with fish stock so that we could feed our tanks. And according to the latest data, aquaculture accounts for 50% and rivers account for the other half, through which we acquire our species. Also, in terms of the production of hatchlings, in the last 15 years, we've gone from some 50,000 produced per year to some 400,000 hatchlings per year, both in terms of tilapia, which is well known, and pacui, which is a fish produced in our region, which is well known in Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay. We now face a challenge which has to do with enhancing the number of tanks that we have, aquaculture tanks, so that we can keep improving the species that we produce. We also have freshwater shrimp. Anything to do with seafood, well, we do import this in Paraguay, so we are interested in ensuring that all projects that look after our oceans are successful. As for how we are funding these projects, this is done through our treasury. It is of the utmost importance to us that we link in with the technical and financial side of these organizations and FAO so that we can continue these projects and accelerate them at the national level. As you know, Paraguay has a greater tradition in terms of meat production. We are a meat exporter, one of the 10 top exporters, in fact. Fourth, in terms of grains as well. We still face challenges in terms of producing fish products and involving the aquaculture sector. We feel that from a regional standpoint, if we had expertise, then we as a government would be open to welcoming that technical and financial cooperation. That is what we wish to share with you from Paraguay's standpoint. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I go into my presentation, I also want to take the opportunity, as this is my first intervention, to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership role in this conference, and also thank President Dr. Mohamed Ofranali for his hospitality and the people of Guyana to us all. The Ministerial Council of the Caribbean Region Fisheries Mechanism, CRFM, in October 2023 passed a number of resolutions which aligns to the FAO's Blue Transformational Roadmap, specifically the focus on sustainable marine resource use, a comprehensive Caribbean fisheries survey, and targeting donor funding for blue economic growth. CRFM, in partnership with the Development Bank of the LAC, is also implementing a GEF-funded regional project worth $48 million to boost blue economic growth in the region. In relation to Trinidad and Tobago, our focus on blue transformation is through efforts in sustainable aquaculture, improved fisheries management, and sustainable value chain. These three areas also align with the four betters of the FAO strategic framework: better production, environment, nutrition, and life. Let me share some details on those areas. In relation to our aquaculture, I dare say aquaculture production fell significantly in 2020 due to the COVID-19 restrictions. However, production increased in 2021 and 2022 to 7 tons, and we are seeing an increase as a result of technical assistance under the Mexico CARICOM FAO initiative on aquaculture. To continue the building of sustainable aquaculture subsector in Trinidad and Tobago, we are promoting aquaculture extension programs with a focus on small-scale producers, and these action through a youth aquaculture project to build capacity, and we are also making funding available through a new government fiscal incentive program for farmers. The second area of focus in Trinidad and Tobago management of fisheries is a multi-pronged approach. We are enhancing our legislation. Trinidad and Tobago is in the process of updating its over 100-year-old fisheries management bill. We are also developing fisheries management plans, and we are also reviewing our fisheries incentives to transition our farmers and fishermen to sustainable development and use of fisheries resources in accordance with our updated legislation and international standards. We are also operationalizing the Fisheries Inspectorate to improve our monitoring and evaluation, control and surveillance mechanisms to reduce IUU fishing. And this is in keeping with our international obligations. The third core objective to blue transformation is sustainable value chain, which includes training and seafood processing through the Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute, climate change awareness, which is implementation of predictive modeling for better management, infrastructural upgrades. Fisheries facilities will be improved to meet international standards. In seeking to sustainably manage and develop our fisheries resources in Trinidad and Tobago, we are fortunate to have collaboration with the FAO on many areas of mutual interest, some of which include enhancing capacity for adoption and implementation of ecosystem approach to fisheries in shrimp and groundfish of the North Brazil shelf-large marine ecosystem, and that's a value of $1,700,000 US. This project is funded by Jeff and will run through the next 4 years in CARICOM territories. We also have a project on strategies, technology and social solutions for the reduction of unwanted and incidental bycatch at a value of $5 million plus US. This project will develop approaches and tools to manage bycatch and reduce discard widely adopted and target our trawling sector. Effect mitigation measures to reduce adverse fisheries impact, improve policy and legal frameworks, develop maritime fisheries, just to name a few. The third project is the Mexico CARICOM FAO initiative, which deals with the Cooperation for Adaptation and Resilience to Climate Change. And this seeks to assist our small-scale aquaculture programs. I also want to take this time to stress and reiterate Jamaica calls in this long-standing issue and a request that we have made to FAO to facilitate support for our marine resources survey and this long-standing Nansen vessel issue. I want to reiterate that strongly and ask FAO to please see, how best you can assist us with that regard. We would also like to ask FAO to look into further development of aquaculture and marine culture sectors for our countries and small island developing states. And this time, we want to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, on your role in CARICOM to assist us all in the CARICOM region for achieving the 25 by 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I would like to invite the permanent observer of the Holy See, Arilano, to deliver the declaration for this event. You have the floor. And that will be done.
Mr. Chairman of the Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor. And be able to convey to all participants of this session of the Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean the warmth of Pope Francis for the people who live in this region of the world. The Holy See gives the utmost importance to the fisheries sector and shares the need to promote sustainable fishing and aquaculture. We therefore support the Blue Transformation Initiative of the FAO, which is aligned with the call of Pope Francis towards an environmental conversion, which requires the implementation of all the measures that the international community has negotiated and adopted over time for the protection of individuals and the environment, and that these measures be placed at the heart of the fisheries activity. Pope Francis has referred to this very important topic in his encyclical letter, Laudato Si, which states that the fishing techniques should respect the life present in rivers, lakes, seas, and oceans. This means that we should avoid harmful fishing methods, such as those that use cyanide fishing or dynamite fishing, and as well as by avoiding the catch of bycatch that is then thrown away and threatens species, but that such as plankton that are nonetheless very important elements of the marine food chain, and of which depend other species that ultimately are used for human consumption. More negative are these harmful initiatives for the survival and the progress of the small-scale fisher folk and their families, as well as for the indigenous peoples who see their ancestral rights infringed upon and deteriorated, and even though these ancestral methods have survived over time. Therefore, it is necessary to develop projects of social investment and promote public policies that encourage literacy and encourage the creation of opportunities and leave aside self-centered, gluttonous and compulsive consumerism, which is why the Blue Transformation Initiative, as well as the environmental conversion, need to have targeted and effective impact and should be focused on implementing common good, to have a healthy planet where we develop friendship and loyal cooperation, which is the only way to take care of the house in which we all live, and to protect future generations and to create a real home for ourselves. The Catholic Church, through the apostleship of the See, Stella Maris of chaplains and the clergy, and is focused on supporting human and spiritually all of those who work in protecting the fisher folk, vocally calling for increasing the well-being of these people. The church is supporting all the initiatives that are required so that the fisher folk do not feel neglected and that they can live in dignity in a healthy and fraternal environment, and that they open horizons that protect the future of new generations. Based on these convictions, the Holy See delegation hopes that the work of this regional conference will become principles and provisions that will confront lucidly the challenges of the fisheries sector in this region of the world, so that nobody is affected by the scourge of hunger and misery. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those important words. I will now give the floor to intergovernmental organization ATCO, because they have some other issues to deal with. So ATCO, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I express our gratitude to FAO for promoting, organizing, and inviting the Amazonian Cooperation Treaty to be part of these high-level discussions. ACTO is the only regional bloc that brings together the 8 Amazon countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, Suriname, and Venezuela. I would like to highlight the relationship of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization with the Global Governance Agenda, and in this specific occasion with FAO's Blue Transformation Initiative and its strategic areas. ACTO plays a fundamental role in promoting cooperation and sustainable development in the Amazon region, as an example of a multilateral and cooperative exercise in working together to address social, environmental, and economic challenges of climate change that transcend borders and require joint actions by all countries. ACTO has a potential and crucial role in sustainable fisheries, value chains, food security, and nutrition, as well as the protection and preservation of the Amazon, one of the most important ecosystems in the world. But most importantly, working with around 50 million persons needing different ways to ensure livelihoods in a sustainable way. The Belém Declaration, signed in 2023 by the presidents and high authorities of the 8 state parties to the Amazon Cooperation Treaty, not only reinforces the commitment of ACTO member countries to the preservation of the Amazon, but also serves as a catalyst for pushing it toward even more effective and comprehensive action in promoting regional cooperation and sustainable development, taking into consideration science and technology, and as a strong connector in every actor's region, but as well its tight connection to Latin America and the Caribbean. It is crucial to recognize the importance of the Amazon for the world. The preservation of this region is not only the responsibility of the Amazon countries, but the entire international community at the regional, national, local, public, and private level. What happens in the Amazon has global repercussions affecting climate, biodiversity, ecological balance, populations, and the economy of the planet. ACTO highly supports FAO's regional strategies, as well as commit to engage to propose a regional project on the integration of water resources and fisheries management, looking toward a new form of regional cooperation, sustainable and inclusive development to strengthen more resilient agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, through strong connections, joint initiatives, and concrete actions, leaving individual and separate good intentions to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Brazil. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chairman, for Brazil, the promotion of the right of small-scale fisheries, of the workers of fisheries and the indigenous people, the people of the water, as we call them, is a priority, since they are affected by climate change, which threatens their traditional way of life and their livelihood. And we are grateful for this report, and we support the Blue Transformation Strategy based on the pillars of sustainable aquaculture, sustainable fishing, and improving value chains. This is a question of utmost importance for Brazil, a country with more than 8,000 kilometers of coast and 13% of fresh water, and many rivers. In 2023, faced with this challenge, we have created a Ministry of Fisheries and a Council on Aquaculture, and we have launched a project on artisanal fisheries. We have adopted measures to support the fisherfolk to face climate change. The initiatives include paying social benefits to the small-scale fishers in the Amazon affected by the worst drought ever registered in the region. Another measure is implementing aquacultures that respects the principles of sustainability and bioequitability. We are encouraging fishing extension mechanisms to encourage participation in the markets, as well as acquiring school food programs. We are supporting nutritional measures and by including fisheries and aquaculture as measures. We have trying to encouraging the revenues for fishers through government measures, strengthening, for example, including fish in food in schools. This commitment shows that we are supporting fish in the basic food aspect and trying to give human rights to fishers. For Brazil and for the whole region, the peoples of the water are indispensable to ensure resilient and sustainable sources of food, and therefore they are sources of new technologies and innovating strategies to improve the production methods. We are therefore trying to promote a circular economy, employment, economic growth, and sustainable growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I now give the floor to Mexico.
Muchas gracias,
Thank
señor.
you kindly, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time I take the floor, and therefore I greet all the ministers and delegates of the member states, as well as the government of Guyana, for being an excellent host. The Mexican delegation recognizes FAO for holding this regional conference, which represents an area for dialogue and technical and political communication on the progress and challenges of Latin America and the Caribbean in fighting hunger and malnutrition, including the fisheries sector. We are also grateful for this document on blue transformation, and we congratulate you for hosting the 18th session of the Fisheries Commission, small-scale fisheries and aquaculture for Latin America and the Caribbean. We express our commitment towards the recommendations stemming particularly on the promotion and the inclusion of fishing and artisanal aquaculture in the national systems for social protection and decent employment. We highlight that for Mexico, it is of the artisanal fisheries and aquaculture is of the utmost importance, since they contribute to nutritional food as well as towards livelihood and revenue, particularly for riparian communities and for thousands of families along our coasts. The Mexican government has established as a priority attention to populations and disfavored areas, which is why small-scale riparian fisherfolk are at the heart of our policies. As regards the report of the 19th meeting of the Fisheries Commission for Central Atlantic, we are delighted on the results obtained. For my country, it is necessary to fight IUU fishing, as well as protecting the fishing and revenue reflected in the general law on fishing and sustainable aquaculture, as well as the Mexican standards, amongst other actions. And finally, we highlight the importance of having data and international statistical systems which, thanks to the cooperation of the FAO and particularly of the regional organizations that regulate fisheries, have become possible. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mexico. I now give the floor to Venezuela. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Buenos días, Presidente. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all the members of the various delegations. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela greets you, and as well as our delegation, which is taking part in this event today. We first and foremost wish to express that we are delighted with the fact that this type of events is being hosted, which contributes positively towards developing fisheries and agriculture, both for our region as well as at the global scale. This is why the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has strongly supported all the issues linked towards strengthening the fisheries sector. Strengthening that is framed around organizing the aquaculture and fisheries sector, as well as the activities that are carried out within the fisheries sector in order to promote the sector. We, at the national level, have a fisheries law and 47 technical standards to manage aquaculture and fisheries in order to ensure a balance between the environmental resources and sustainable use of that activity. In addition, currently, and in order to strengthen everything that is linked with good management of the resources, in order to guarantee that we have livelihood for our people, we are currently developing a program to strengthen the regulatory framework on fisheries and aquaculture. This standards will affect, or it affects 37% of the current standards and regulations. And along those lines, we will guarantee that every time the issue of we strengthen sustainability in the fishing sector. Additionally, we are working on regulation of some resources such as sardines and the development of various measures in order to guarantee our important food sources such as sardines. We have systems of organizations for the fisherfolk at the national level in order that they themselves, through follow-up committees and general assemblies, can express their opinion as to the management of the fisheries resources and the development for the future of this sector, including programs where fisherfolk participate, such as an initiative that promotes circular economy and other initiatives. All of these programs aim towards guaranteeing the safety of the fisherfolk and guaranteeing an increase in the distribution of resources and guarantee the future of our resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Venezuela. I will now give the floor to Peru. Peru will come on virtually. You have the floor, Peru.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all. It is an honor and a privilege to address myself to you on behalf of the Peruvian state in the framework of the 38th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, in order to present some of our experience, our processes underway, and current challenges of our sector as regards the blue transformation. First, I wish to mention that the blue transformation is a useful tool that guides our progress in terms of sustainability for our fisheries sector in Peru, in order to try to maximize the contribution of the aquatic food systems, both marine as well as inland, to the food security, nutrition, and healthy diet, accessible to all, as dictated by the FAO. And along those lines, and regarding fisheries, we wish to highlight the very important role of the artisanal fleet in implementing the blue transformation in Peru. In this regard, our small-scale fisheries is the main supplier of fishing resources for domestic consumption. Nonetheless, investigation has shown that there are informal boats, and therefore we have established processes to formalize these boats between 2017 and 2023, which led to more than 12,200 artisanal boats seeing themselves formalized. We believe that in September of 2024, this process will have concluded. And we will therefore have formalize 100% of small-scale fishery or artisanal fishery. And we have converted fishery as an important element of food intake, given the high nutritional value of the aquaculture values. And we have various species that we support, which include sanitation and various credits and infrastructure, scientific research, technological transfer and innovation, amongst others, that are considered as of national interest in order to promote aquaculture, sustainable aquaculture. And we have developed a national policy for aquaculture with a 2030 horizon. Another important element in the blue transformation is innovation in the value chains of fisheries and aquaculture. In this regard, in 2023, more than 10,000 technological services were given to more than 4,000 SMEs of the more aquacultures and fisheries systems at the national. And finally, challenge that is ever present in the blue transformation and to ensure sustainability is that regarding IUU fishing. And in this regard, Peru is firm in fighting these practices through the strengthening of supervision and enforcement of fishing activities. And I wish to conclude by stating that Peru will continue implementing activities that support sustainability of hydrobiological resources in our waters, and we will meet all the future challenges through innovating strategies to benefit our fisherfolk, which we will be delighted to share with all of you in order to obtain positive results at the international level. Thank you so much.
Civil Society spokesperson, Jessie La Palma. You have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. The communities for artisanal fishers and small-scale fishers are linked towards the water, which is the element that gives life to their local social and economic life. Artisanal fishing has generated local knowledge that encouraged the national capacity of renovation of the fish populations. Despite its socio-economic and socio-environmental importance, artisanal fisheries is subjected to various threats such as industrial fishing, climate change, the pollution of water used by mining and exploitation of hydrocarbons, the proliferation of invasive species, developing large-scale infrastructure for water, the privatization and exclusion of natural resources of those who depend on them. In order to have a real transformational blue transformation, these processes should be taken into account, and we need to invert those. Artisanal fishing contributes to local diet, healthy and nutritional diet. In order to ensure blue transformation, we need to guarantee the access to the oceans for indigenous peoples and local communities faced with the pressure of intensive fishing, such as the salmon, tuna, and shrimp fishing, amongst others. We need to regulate intensive aquaculture and be more selective in our processes. We need to give priority to global fishing for human consumption so that the species, to avoid bycatches. The blue transformation should include the financing of artisanal and small-scale fishing in order to broaden infrastructure to ensure the management and the transport of fishing products. And finally, we need to recognize that women, fisherwomen, the youth and indigenous peoples continue to be marginalized and develop and deserve to participate in the sustainable policies for aquaculture policies, because the preservation of their traditional methods depends on the sustainable management. They need to be included in the decision-making processes for environmental measures and inclusive growth. We cannot have blue transformation without full and effective participation of the small-scale fishers, of fisherwomen, and of youth and indigenous people and local communities whose livelihood depend on aquatic resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to private sector spokesperson. Private sector, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak on behalf of the Latin American Alliance to Sustainable Fishing, which grows 13 organizations from 11 countries. Our goal is to ensure sustainability in fishery. It's only when we will have sustainable fishing and aquaculture that we can guarantee food security, which is why we are grateful for FAO for this Blue Transformation Initiative, whose goal is to contribute to food security, the fight against climate change, and the well-being of the coastal communities, also highlighting the value chains that these activities generate. In this context, we have worked towards certifying sustainability of fishing, having certified fishing in Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, and Argentina, and we hope to continue to make progress. This has not been easy and involves long work, including innovation. We have sent observers which allow to avoid bycatching. We have, for example, ensured in one region 99% of selectivity. In Chile, 2/3 of industrial fishing are under optimal conditions, but we still have many challenges, starting with transparent governance and regulatory frameworks and excellent public-private cooperation. We need to fight against IUU, because as long as this exists, there is no sustainability in fishing, but it's also a danger for public, because there is no traceability and certification. Regarding climate change, we are concerned by the changes that we are observing. There are species that have that are affected, and their migration is affected. And industrial fishing of shrimp in Chile is organizing a workshop to which we will encourage the crews and captains of boats to discuss the effects of climate change, which is a pioneering initiative which we hope to replicate. We have a dynamic context, and general governance is very static. The capacity of response for our research programs to adopt the correct measures should be more proactive. The Mesoamerican network on REMAPE, Mesoamerican network of small-scale aquaculture farmers, includes women, not only producers, but also those that to a large percentage represent the activities of processing and value-adding activities. But we recognize that we should improve governance, extension, innovation, and transfer of technology at a rural and small-scale levels. In the short-term efforts of REMAPE, we will try to include the various sectors of small-scale fishing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I now cede the floor to academic and scientific spokesperson. You have the floor.
Presidente, gracias por facilitarnos la...
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the science and academia sector. As a sector, we would highlight that in order to achieve the SDGs, we must foster policies for transitioning current systems toward more resilient, sustainable ones. We are therefore committed to blue transformation, which is an avant-garde strategy that seeks to transform aquatic food systems so that we can feed the growing world population, generating evidence that can transform the necessary legal and other frameworks to make these systems sustainable. It is therefore essential that we develop evidence with a territorial approach that will allow countries to propose measures that are designed to promote the resilience of aquatic systems and guarantee that fisheries and aquaculture can grow sustainably. Another fundamental aspect is the implementation of blue transformation, linking in with the territorial approach, which has to do with the economic and social rights of fisherfolk communities on a small scale, of women harvesters of products of the sea, and their inclusion in sustainable systems. It's important to highlight that aquatic systems are the source of animal protein and micronutrients, which are accessible and affordable and play a key role in food and nutrition security, especially in marginalized sectors. This means that they can exercise their right to adequate food. Our sector feels it is of the greatest relevance in terms of addressing overfishing, the degradation of the habitat, and adequate use of natural resources and fair markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have had some very, very insightful presentation and also intervention from the floor. I think we have had a number of very important ideas that we can all adopt. But before I move forward, I will ask Dr. Baraj to come back and make his give his comment to those intervention and presentation that were made. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It is fairly difficult to do a fair summary of such a rich and complex conversation as we've had. I would just like to point out a few of the issues that have been raised. Also reiterating that we will actually take note of all those comments and consider them carefully. There were several interventions in relation to illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. And we are, as you know, very committed to fighting IUU fishing. I want to just reiterate as well that IUU has three components: the illegal part, the unreporting part, which is an issue of monitoring, control, and surveillance, and the unregulated part, which is an issue of management. Each one of these components has different solutions, and we are committed to addressing IUU fishing in all its complexities. Several ministers and delegates mentioned the importance of small-scale and artisanal fisheries, their role in the sector, the important role that they need to play in implementing blue transformation, and also the issue of rights in exploiting the resources. We take that very much into account, and I just want to perhaps inform you that FAO is organizing the second summit of small-scale fisheries in Rome on from the 5th to the 8th of July this year, the weekend before the Committee on Fisheries, placing small-scale fisheries right at the forefront of the discussions that will follow in the Committee on Fisheries the following week. We take note as well of the specific reference to the importance of accelerating national and regional plans for blue transformation to make sure that we scale down those ideas into activities on the ground, and we will do so soon. Particular attention as well on the reference to the importance of feeding programs and the nutritional role of aquatic foods, as I already mentioned in my presentation. I want to also note one of the last interventions of the importance of gender issues. When it comes to the primary sector of fisheries, those that go to sea or to fish in inland waters, The gender is very biased. There's only about 30% of those that are female, but in the value chain, there's parity. So understanding the gender elements of the value chains of aquatic foods is absolutely essential to find the right solutions. And youth as well. We need to attract youth to the system. We need to make sure, as the President mentioned yesterday, the importance of bringing the youth into the agricultural and fishing sectors. We note as well the importance and the support that you've requested, particularly for seeds on aquaculture and mariculture. We will be doing so. The reference to the Bridge of Nansen coming to the region, we have been working, as some of you know, and trying to find solutions to bring a vessel to the region, if not the Nansen, an alternative vessel more appropriate perhaps to the geography of the region, and we will continue to work on this. Two more things: the importance of data and statistics and right evidence to reach the correct decisions. Science and innovation is very much part of blue transformation, and for that you need information, you need correct data, and you need correct statistics. Two more things. First, inland waters. There were some references about inland waters, fishing and aquaculture. Blue transformation is not just about oceans and seas, it's about oceans, seas, rivers, lakes throughout. And I just want to mention that the FAO established integrated water resources management as a biennial theme for 2024-2025. And integrating water issues, not just in fisheries, but also in agriculture and other uses, is crucial to what we will be doing this biennium. Finally, I would like just to thank everyone for the warm support that you have been giving us on blue transformation, showing that it is a good framework and a good way of analyzing the sector, providing technical solutions, helping us to improve what we're doing right, to transform what we're not doing right, and recognizing that to fight hunger without aquatic foods will be a much more difficult task. With that, thank you very much again, everyone. Chairperson, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baranj. And I think we have had a very successful session this morning. Let me thank all the members, observers, and spokespersons for the intervention from the floor. Now I'll give the floor to the Deputy Regional Representative, Dr. Eve Crowley, for the closing remark of this very productive event this morning. I think we have had key priorities for transforming aquatic food system that were identified for the region. And those interventions, I think, are very, very timely. So I'll ask Dr. Eve now to take the floor. Have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much, Minister. So three big take-home messages. First, this panel shows that in a world with 3 billion people who cannot afford a healthy diet today, transforming our aquatic food systems is essential, and it's urgent in order to nourish this world's growing population in a way that's not just sustainable, but also equitable. And the right way to do that is to implement FAO's Blue Transformation Roadmap. Second, I heard that fish consumption is growing at twice the rate of population growth. But I think many countries have not yet included aquatic foods in their food security and nutrition strategies. So it's time to fill that governance gap, and FAO is ready to help. And three, aquatic food production is a win-win solution. It is a nature-based solution, low greenhouse gas emissions, minimal impact on the environment, but it also improves rights and incomes of fishing and fish farming communities, and it's good for the economy. So it helps to make our food systems not just more sustainable, but also more equitable, more inclusive, and more profitable. So this means it's time for the region to act. And even though aquaculture makes up over half of the aquatic foods we eat, and could nourish sustainably this growing world population, our region only has 4% of the world's aquaculture production. So it's time to unleash this potential with proactive investment policies, with technological innovations, and with better biosecurity and disease control, all areas where FAO can assist. And with capture fisheries, as you've mentioned, effective management for the conservation of the aquatic resources on the one hand, but also to ensure that our stocks exceed target levels and are successfully rebuilt. So thanks to this session, I think we'll all go home after Guyana with a much greater awareness of FAO's Blue Transformation Program priority area and greater determination to implement this in a new way, because Blue Transformation is essential to end hunger. And as long as hunger persists, we will not achieve the other Sustainable Development Goals. So let us join forces to transform aquatic food systems and build a sustainable and climate resilient aquatic blue future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me take this opportunity to thank all the participants and panelists for providing their perspective and strategies for strengthening aquatic food systems in line with Blue Transformation agenda. I think we have had some very timely intervention. The presentation were excellent. And also, I think that the introduction by Dr. Barrage was also excellent. I think we are very much behind time, and I want your consensus here. And I know we are a region for consensus. If we could move straight into the other topic without taking the coffee break, and then you could take your coffee and we can spell it. You could go and take your coffee and come back. But let's move ahead. You all agree with me? We have a consensus? Good. It seems so. So, it seems so. Any objection? Ideally, working in consensus, you know, no dictatorial here. So let's move. And I think we can move into the and take our coffee and come back too. But we can go into the other topic, the other Ministerial Roundtable, which is very, very important. Reducing hunger and malnutrition through trade as a strategic driver of food security in the region. So it is now time for item 24, Ministerial Roundtable, Reducing Hunger and Malnutrition through Trade as a strategic driver of food security in the region. This topic is supported by document LARC/24/5. International agri-food trade is vital for global food security. It needs rule-based, open, transparent, and predictable practices. Latin America and the Caribbean play a key role as a major net exporter of agri-food products. With 17%, with abundant natural resources, the region can sustainably produce diverse, nutritional rich food to meet both regional needs and global demand. International trade is fundamental for countries, especially those with land and water constraints, ensuring food security and addressing climate change challenges. For the region, there are as yet untapped opportunities in the high complementaries among countries and in fostering trade to improve food access, availability, and stability. This Ministerial Roundtable aims to identify challenges and opportunities, share trade best practices, and access the contribution of international, intra-regional trade to food security and nutrition. This roundtable will be divided into two panels, one on hunger and malnutrition involving Honduras, Brazil, and Chile, and the second panel focused on trade involving Argentina, the Dominican Republic, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Venezuela. We have in our midst here Dr. Maximo Torero, FAO's Chief Economist, will introduce this item. Dr. Torero, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Excellencies. Please, if they can play the PowerPoint. So what I'm going to present today in a brief time is to introduce this roundtable looking at productivity and hunger and malnutrition through trade as a strategic driver of food security in the region. The goal, and where we need to look at carefully, is our objective and our motto is good food for today and for tomorrow. So we need to have good food for today, for all, for today and tomorrow. And to achieve that, we need to understand that we are facing significant challenges that we need to look at carefully. So let me start with some background information. Okay. So let me start with the background information that all of you know perfectly. So according to the Regional Food Security and Nutrition Outlook of 2023, Latin America and the Caribbean faces significant challenges to eradicate hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. The trend of increasing prevalence of hunger and food insecurity that we had been seeing since 2014 came to a halt. The prevalence of hunger decreased from 7% to 6.5% between 2021 and 2022. However, it is still higher than the pre-pandemic levels. The prevalence of moderate and severe food insecurity also decreased from 40.3% to 37.5% between 2021 and 2022. But it's higher than the global prevalence, and the figures still exceed pre-pandemic levels. In 2022, there is an overweight prevalence of 8.6% in children under 5 years of age, and adult obesity rate of 24.2%. Both figures show an upward trend above world averages. And these data are worrying and affect peoples of all income levels in both rural and urban areas. Furthermore, at US dollars 4.08, the region has the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to the rest of the world. And this means that 133.4 million people could not afford a healthy diet, affecting food and nutrition security in the most vulnerable, including children and women. What is important to note, Chair, is that as the president of Guyana talked yesterday, these levels and rates for this region are not acceptable, and that's what we need to transform. But we also need to understand that this region is also going to face effects of climate change. It will face effects of water stress, and that puts the region in a situation that we have to cope with risk and uncertainties, outside of the global risk and uncertainties of conflicts and other drivers like COVID-19 that we have seen in the past. That means that we need to diversify our portfolio where we get our food. We need to increase our resilience. And to diversify our portfolio, we mostly need to produce more with less so that we can cope under situations like the one we have been facing. But we also need to increase our trade partners, and especially interregional trade partners. That's the central core of where we need to move in the future. Now, the region is a region that es una exportadora neta de alimentos del mundo, y Brasil es uno de los principales exportadores.
Brazil is one of the main net exporters of food, with $800 million a year in average between 2017 and 2021. Of the 25 main net exporters, we have Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Mexico, Peru, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Costa Rica. Of course, each one of our countries has a portfolio of different commodities. In the case of Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay, it's mostly grain. In the case of Peru, Chile, and other countries, it's high-value products. But what this graph shows is the importance in the region of the region in terms of exports in the world. The difference in the sub-regions of Latin America and the Caribbean is notable. The countries of South America, except Venezuela, are net exporters, as well as most of the countries of Mesoamerica, except El Salvador and Panama. However, the countries of the Caribbean are net importers, with the exception of Belize, with a deficit balance. Most of the excess of agricultural commerce trade in the region affects a limited countries. The greatest exporter is Brazil, followed by Argentina, Ecuador, Mexico, Chile, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay. This is what this graph shows.
14.7% of agri-food exports were interregional, which means there is great potential for growth. Argentina and Brazil export food mainly to China, the European Union, and other countries from Asia and the Middle East, whereas the United States is the biggest market for Mexico. In Central America, some 30% of agri-food exports goes to Latin America and the Caribbean. In the plurinational state of Bolivia and Paraguay, where transportation costs have a great impact, the percentage is greater. Latin America and the Caribbean accounts for 39% of agri-food exports for the region. When it comes to South America, 60%. This is a concentration of most of the production in Latin America in external food purchases, whereas for the Caribbean it's 27%, for Mexico 10%, and the United States is the main provider of food. In terms of products, soybean, soy flour, maize, sugar, and bananas are among the biggest exports. Soybean and soy flour make up over 20% of exports, and meat and dairy products also make up a great percentage of exports. Latin America and the Caribbean has strengthened its position as a net exporter of the food products we've analyzed, and is only a net importer when it comes to eggs and dairy products. At the sub-regional level, the situation is different. There are many countries that need net trade, especially in the Mesoamerica and Caribbean sub-regions. Now, we must begin to analyze the different diets and problems we must take into account if we want to achieve results and improve the exporting conditions of our countries. The first issue has to do with standards. The impact of environmental standards on trade measures is changing. We need to take this into account, and I believe this is something that needs to be discussed. We have standards that have an impact on non-tariff measures, which could restrict trade. This could create additional barriers. Other types of standards are also coming in, such as environmental standards, such as that on deforestation. These are important standards, and these restrictions could limit opportunities to generate income for exporting countries and increase food prices for importing countries. Both types of impact could have a negative impact on the food security of our populations.
Environment protection, animal welfare, and social norms, leading to tensions between domestic policy objectives and consequences for trade partners. They also could address food safety issues and improve the nutrition outcomes. While having different standards could limit trade, sharing similar standards across trade partners expand trade by increasing the trust to consumers. Y este es un tema central para la región.
This is a central matter for the region. How can we have a common standard for food safety? We must work hard to achieve this, because this will make it easier for us to reduce these non-tariff barriers. At the same time, we must ensure that we look at the measures that are being taken by other regions, which could have an impact on us. Just to provide you with some context, non-tariff measures are increasing.
Especially with sanitary and phytosanitary measures and technical barriers to trade. And in all these graphs, you can see how the evolution has increased. For example, if we look at the graph in the right-hand side, you will see that the different levels of different non-tariff measures by category has increased over time between 1995, 2005, and 2015. In this graph, you can see different categories of those non-tariff measures. For example, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, which are category A in this graph, the light blue, they have increased substantially. Technical barriers of trade, category B, also has increased. Pre-shipment inspection, category C, has also increased. Contingent trade protection measures, category D in the graph, has also increased. And quantity control measure, category E in the graph, and so on and so forth. So we need to be very prepared and very careful in how these measures will evolve over time. Similarly, when we look at a number of regional trade agreements, Many of them are now related to what we call the ACT-ERP, environmental related provisions. The figure 1 shows the numbers of RTAs, an average number of ACT-ERPs per RTA. And you will see in the red line the average numbers of environmental related measures, that's the red line, and the green line, the green bar, sorry, are the numbers of RTAs. So this positive trend, again, is bringing the importance of environmental criteria when we look at trade. El número promedio de ACT-ERPs por RTA.
The average of ag ERPs per RTA has increased gradually from 1995 to a maximum of 41. National policies have implications for national policies. For instance, in terms of the farm to fork strategy in the EU, the aim is to achieve ambitious sustainability in all agreements in the region. And this can have implications in terms of what it is that we're trying to achieve. There has also been a proliferation of some 50 voluntary sustainability standards. These have increased to some 318 currently. Diversity, when it comes to governance, scope, implementation, and expected impacts, has an increase in scope and is increasingly included in free trade agreements. However, lack of harmonization, high compliance costs, impact calculation methodologies, and protocols, often based on life cycle assessments that are not adjusted to local productive practices, can have serious consequences, especially for smallholders. Their increasing importance could therefore exclude smallholders, and this is something we need to take into account. For instance, there are articles that currently show that these measures in the coffee sector in Latin America and the Caribbean have seen a strong concentration of certified producers in larger scale farms, therefore excluding smallholders. It is extremely important that we take into consideration what is happening in EU regulation in deforestation-free products, the directive on corporate sustainability and due diligence, import tolerances for pesticides, which will now take into account environmental impact aspects, and the revision of EU animal welfare legislation, which could also have an impact on exports and imports alike. Colleagues, this means that we are facing several challenges, but also have many opportunities. We need to stand ready given the importance of trade in the region. We do have huge opportunities to standardize our processes, harmonize them so that we can boost interregional trade, which would enhance resilience across our region. The main challenges and opportunities include, for instance, the contribution of international trade in eradicating hunger and reducing malnutrition in the Black region, and identifying challenges and opportunities in countries to reduce hunger and malnutrition through trade as a strategic driver for economic inclusion, sustainable development, and food and nutrition security. It's important that we understand that trade cannot compete with the right to food at the local level. Quite the contrary, we must enhance production and trade so that we not only mobilize more and more diverse products and make them more resilient, but also enhance income of our producers. That is what will provide greater access to food. Access to food isn't just the physical presence of food, but also the resources to buy food that affects urban, peri-urban, and rural areas, as we showed in the last SOFI, which was published last year. The impact of tariff and non-tariff measures for smallholder farmers, fisherfolk, and small and medium-sized forest enterprises in international markets and value chains, with an emphasis on rural women and youth. This is where policies need to target those who are affected by trade. We need to ensure that they are included in the trade process. How can we scale up our interventions to produce with fewer natural resources and at the same time include smallholders so that they can benefit from international trade processes? Third, the importance of generating regional actions that promote commercial policies that contribute to sustainable development at the global and regional level. The region must also coordinate its actions and ensure it is aware of the emergence of new regulations or measures which can restrict international trade, threatening agri-food trade and regional development. Our region plays two roles in the world. It provides food for the world. We are a great exporter. We also, however, guarantee our own local food security. It is therefore essential that we work in this vein to maximize the benefits to our society. The questions we have for this panel are, for the first panel,
and how FAO should support states to eradicate hunger and reduce malnutrition through trade as a strategic driver to economic inclusion, sustainable development, and food security and nutrition. In el panel 2, which trade policies such as tariff and non-tariff measures are barriers for the participation of smallholder farmers, fisher folks, and forest, small and medium-sized enterprises in international markets and value chains. Finally, how should FAO support with technical cooperation actions geared towards promoting agri-food trade? Muchísimas gracias, señor Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Torero. Now we'll begin with the first panel, where panelists will focus on the challenges and opportunities related to reducing hunger and malnutrition in the region. The invited countries are Brazil, Chile, and Honduras in that order. You each have no more than 5 minutes. So I now give the floor to Brazil, which will be done virtually by Minister Wellington Diaz, the Minister of Social Development and Fight Against Hunger of Brazil.
Eu quero saudar daqui cada dos participantes.
Thank you. I wish to greet all the participants of the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. On behalf of Brazil, I wish to greet the Chief Economist of FAO, Máximo Torero, and thank him for that very useful presentation. I wish to greet all the ministers taking part in this session, through our Minister Laura Suazo, Javier Toro, Fernando Vilella, Osmar Benitez of the Dominican Republic, Zulfikar Mustafa of Guyana, Saboto Schofield Stazer of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and also Wilmar Castro, Minister of Agriculture of Venezuela. And of course, the Regional Director of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mario Lubetkin. I would like to convey my warm greetings. I truly regret that I could not join you all in person for this session. We had some issues that stem from climate change that have led to drought here in Brazil, which unfortunately was a hindrance to me traveling to Guyana. However, I would like to thank FAO for inviting me to take part in and to speak before the 38th LARC session. Thank you for the trust you have placed in us, which we take up with the greatest pleasure in hosting the next regional conference scheduled for 2026. We will no doubt be working with FAO to make this a success. We are currently facing multiple crises in Brazil, including the climate crisis, the health crisis, among many others, which meant that in 2022, hunger and food insecurity rose again. As President Lula said, the world has forgotten how to feel indignant and has normalized the unacceptable. The poverty figures are shameful for us as a civilization. In our country, we swiftly adopted internal measures to combat poverty and hunger. For instance, the Brazil Sem Fome, Brazil Without Hunger initiative, which aims to enhance incomes, increase production, and the consumption of sustainable, healthy foods. The plan strengthens our national food security and nutrition security system, working with the Interministerial Chamber for Food and Nutrition Security, which brings together 24 ministries that work in an interdisciplinary fashion, as well as the National Council for Food and Nutrition Security and civil society to guarantee oversight and social participation. States and municipalities are all involved in this network with 12,000 units, given that this is a huge country, in order to provide social support. We have already achieved positive results in the resumption of this strategy through several programs. We have seen a reduction of some 3,000 Brazilians who were suffering from severe food insecurity. 20 million when it came to moderate hunger, and I believe that we have achieved sound results and will be announcing more positive results soon. And we are positive that in the next few years, we will once again take Brazil off the hunger map. What about the global level? What must we do to end hunger and poverty globally? We have our global goals, the SDGs approved by the UN, SDGs 1 and 2, for eradicating poverty and zero hunger. We also have the knowledge, the social technology, and over 7 decades of policies and programs on poverty reduction and for food and nutrition security in many countries, which have taught us what works most efficiently. Inequality exists within each country. However, it also exists internationally. Many countries have the political will to combat hunger and poverty, but lack the means and the technical capacity to implement or enhance programs at scale. Many countries also wish to share their experiences, but lack the means to do so. This is why, as president of the G20, in its presidency of the G20, Brazil has announced the establishment of a special task force, which will seek to establish a global alliance against poverty and hunger. We are not aiming to establish a new structure for debate. Far from it. This alliance will seek to scale up national programs to end hunger and poverty and policies to guarantee the human right to food. We are hoping to focus on the most vulnerable and the poorest, and to harness the valuable experiences that many countries have, which can be used and replicated in many other countries in the world. I would like to highlight what President Lula himself said here at LARC 38 when he said that Brazil was willing to host the next regional conference. We feel this will be a unique opportunity to discuss FAO's role in fostering social policies in the region. We hope to be sharing the first deliverables of our global alliance. I have always loved FAO's slogan, Fiat Panis. I believe it symbolizes the abundance of food It symbolizes food and nutrition security. We hope that soon the most vulnerable people in our region will be able to say, after having had 3 meals a day, we have bread. I would like to extend an invitation to you all so that in November already at the G20 summit, the alliance can be molded through the partnership and membership that will make it a truly global one. Let's work together in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now give the floor to Chile. Chile, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this seminar. We wanted to greet all of the representatives of the FAO, the representatives of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor to participate in this conference in which there is a call to do something about health and malnutrition. For the government led by our President Boric, this is very important to put at the heart of our agenda feeding people in our country. In our country, we have reduced malnutrition. We know we face great challenges with regard to excess malnutrition. We have people who suffer from this, and people suffer from the detriment of micronutrients, and we have moderate food insecurity. Although we export food, 15% of Chileans do not eat enough fruit and vegetables in keeping with international norm. In 2023, we have launched a national strategy for food sovereignty, led up by the Ministry of Agriculture, and in which Social Development Ministry also participates. This means we have deployed public and private sectors to be able to transform our agri-food sector in a sustainable and inclusive one without leaving anyone behind. We must have productive resources, natural resources, and protect biodiversity. And we must have solid trade channels, and we must have also safe food, among others. We have seen a reduction in multidimensional poverty, but we need to address vulnerabilities and also reduce inequality. That's why we have implemented different initiatives, such as family farming initiatives, in which we try to support small farmers and fisheries. And we've also been trying to give food through schools. At the same time, in recent months, we have been able to do a lot of work with regard to food insecurity. We are suffering from the negative effects of climate change. We have been suffering from terrible forest fires, and we've had to be able to address food insecurity because many families have been affected by this natural disaster. So we wanted to be able to contribute and collaborate in all actions to promote and food security, social protection, and nutrition. All initiatives that we are implementing in this sector, we wanted to make these available to other countries and have a knowledge exchange to be able to strengthen measures in our country and other countries, especially where we face common challenges. Our region has a commitment to have fair and non-discriminatory trade to be able to promote healthy and nutritional diets. We know if we work together and have coordinated action, we can have systems that are more resilient, especially given the multiple environmental challenges we are facing, natural disasters, the lack and loss of biodiversity, but also growing scarcity of water. We need to be able to protect our available natural resources. So to conclude, I invite everyone to redouble our efforts to protect our future generations so that they can have a prosperous and just future, so they can have an environment which will allow for local and regional food systems. We want more inclusive, healthy, and resilient systems. We need to have this based on human rights. We need to protect agri-food systems. And this is ever more important. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chile. Now I'll give the floor to the Secretary of State for Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras. You have the floor, madam.
Buenos días, señor presidente.
Good morning, Chair. I'd like to greet high and senior officials. Thank you to the President of Guyana. The eradication of hunger and all types of malnutrition faces great challenges, but it also is offering great opportunities. There are some important points I must highlight. First of all, we must change the way in which we are addressing the problem. We must begin with better life. And after that, everything will come with it. When we put human beings in the center, everything follows. Better environment, better nutrition, better health. We need to work individually. And we have independent work, people working independently. And we have 3 sectors working in the society: local governments, central governments, private sector, civil society. We have international cooperation, but we need to change our historical and paternalistic approach, where we just have international cooperation giving us assistance. We need to accelerate development and give people the right to develop their own capacity so they can lead their own development. We need to motivate the private sector to work together with civil society and the government in friendly processes to genuinely development our societies, have an economy that is equitable. We need to go beyond just minimum wage in the private sector. We have a lack of coordination. We have a lack of strategic partnerships. That means that our work is not effective. Local governments need to undertake their responsibilities. We need to work in an aligned manner to have food security. We need to generate income at the bottom of the wage scale. We need all sectors, laws, programs, financing, just trade. We, in this way, can eradicate hunger. That way, most farmers in rural areas can help to eradicate poverty, and the FAO plays a key role in food security. Honduras believes that the work done in our country is important. We agree with decentralization, which allows for broader and more agile programs in rural areas. And Honduras is a country that can work in this way to fight against climate change. Even if we are not a high-income country, we can be a center of research and development and innovation. In the case of the FAO, we can also work together to increase investment in agriculture, more inclusive financing, more associations and cooperatives amongst farmers. We can have value added. We can have just trade of foodstuffs, more initiatives that are innovative, just and inclusive, such as the hand-in-hand initiative. Local investment has been successful in Honduras. We have greater influence over international trade, to have greater respect for context of production in new and existing markets, greater local inclusive financing and more cooperation with international organizations to have national development. We do not want greater external debt. The FAO is one organization, but there are other international and local organizations that can help us be more effective in our actions. We have multilateral trade, but there are trade protections in advanced economies, and that is hindering our progress. We need to support the San-Salac plan with indicators. And I would conclude by mentioning that the work of all actors is important. Honduras has decreased 10% its food insecurity in the last 2 years, thanks to the efforts of our government. We've done so with a comprehensive plan at all levels. We want an inclusive future where we can sell and harvest and meet the needs of everyone, overcome poverty. We want a transparent state, a private sector that has inclusive social responsibility and takes on environmental responsibility, a civil society sector that is strong and that can work together with other contexts. We are increasing production, but we need to address the problems of nutritional exclusion. Everyone is necessary. Civil society, national civil society, international society, all sectors. The time is now to work together. Thank you very much.
Panelists will discuss their views on trade as a strategic driver of food security. The invited countries are Argentina, Dominican Republic, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Venezuela. I will now give the floor to the Vice Minister of Agri-Food Market and International Commerce of the Ministry of Economy of Argentina.
Muy buenos días para todos.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to begin by congratulating the FAO and Guyana for organizing this 38th regional conference, and thank you for inviting me to participate. Unfortunately, our secretary cannot participate because he had other commitments, but he asked me to send his best regards and best wishes for a successful conference. I wanted to share with you changes that we have taken in Argentina. We have decided to reform our secretariat. It's now the Secretariat of the Bioeconomy. This is not a cosmetic economy. Rather, it is a new kind of productive system. And so we are changing our system that has existed for 3 decades. We want a circular economy where science, technology, and knowledge, best practices are at the service of sustainable production, biomass, and the transformation of energy, agro-products at the base. Not only are we incentivizing federal action with respect to resources throughout the country, we are also producing added value in our exports, and we are also reducing greenhouse gases. We are strengthening our producers' presence in value chains with a new matrix. And we don't just want to export food for animals, but also for people. We want ecosystem services that we can offer. We can be a reliable export partner, and we want that to happen. But to be effective in these policies, we need a propitious global context. We know that the context is very complex. We are facing many challenges, geopolitical challenges, economic challenges, environmental challenges in our region, and our productive systems are called upon to be part of the solution. As you know, the trade of agro-foods at an international level, as we saw, suffers a great deal of distortion. And so we have arbitrary protective measures which have led to subsidies, and this encourages inefficiencies of natural resources and their use. So we are really disappointed with in what happened at the Ministerial Conference of the WTO. It's very difficult to accept in our countries. We have been demanding transparency with respect to trade policies at the WTO, and new kinds of trade restrictions are measures to hinder trade. After 30 years, countries like Argentina continue to face difficulties to be able to use biotechnology as a vital tool to address food security and improve the environment. Also, different demands with respect to free deforestation products. That's not part of the solution. As we always say, global problems, global solutions. So once again, we appeal to all countries to strengthen the multilateral system, to be able to come to a consensus and have evidence-based policies. It is important for the region and exporting countries like ours. We need an international trade system that's more just, transparent, and inclusive, one that is less distorted, in order to have food security and strengthen agricultural production altogether. We believe that this regional conference is an opportunity to work in a coordinated way to dismantle these kinds of measures that are negative and to be able to reach our potential, and to participate in a debate which includes our concerns. We must send the right message. For this reason, we invite you to send a message at this conference about the importance of not using unilateral measures and that we reform the agricultural sector. We know that the traditional measures have not worked. We need new negotiating approaches. We are committed to this in Argentina. We, of course, are open to analyzing new approaches, and we need the FAO support, especially with respect to analyzing different kinds of measures. To conclude, I send you greetings from Buenos Aires, and I send you the following message. In Argentina, you have a trusted partner to move forward with reforms so that we have an agricultural sector that can meet the needs of our new world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I now give the floor to the Dominican Republic. You have the floor.
Buenos días. Quiero saludarle.
Good morning. I'd like to greet President Ali of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Director General, ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be able to address you at this important meeting in Guyana, which is a brother country to the Dominican Republic. We are committed to the fight against hunger and malnutrition. We are meeting with a common purpose to address and overcome one of the greatest challenges of our time: food security, and eradication of hunger. Reduction of malnutrition and hunger is an imperative need which demands our attention and demands immediate steps. My country has made important progress in the last 3 years under the leadership of President Abinader. How have we done this? Well, what has worked for us is to bet on increases in production through good use of genetics and varieties. This thanks to smart subsidies for fertilizers, enhanced seeds, and fuel. With this support, in the last 3 years, we have been able to increase production in 40 million quintals. Our efforts have had an impact on the basic basket, increase in chicken, vegetables, eggs, others, and we have gone from a 15% to 30% in increases. This is important because we need to take advantage of the surpluses that we have. And an important example is one that I saw in the cooperatives in Almeria, Spain. They use surplus in vegetable proteins. However, solid production must go hand in hand with investment in rural infrastructure, supporting exports and domestic infrastructure. So we have dedicated investments in roads, in wells, reservoirs, supply centers, and the chain of cold. Now, we have also been supporting national production to be able to strengthen food programs in schools and having free food programs for children. We have also been very successful in the program Farm to Retailers. We have been supporting retailers and their associations. These associations support thousands of retailers, and this has been going on in rural areas. So the Dominican Republic thinks that trade is vital so we can have food security. We believe that through the appropriate trade policies, we can foster diversification of production. We can have greater innovation and investment in our resilient food chain. This is a crucial moment. Agriculture is an important pillar of our economy and ensures food security for our people. Our efforts are aligned with the guidelines of the FAO. We want to have greater production and conserve our resources. We are investing in research and training. We are paying close attention to those practices that will allow for profitability of the agricultural sector, and so that young people stay in rural areas. With the FAO, we have a national program to be able to strengthen our food safety program, increase production, and also be able to be aligned with the norms on quality food. This will allow for us to export more to Europe and the United States. Thanks to the hand-in-hand initiative of the FAO, we are creating a hub at our border, and this will allow for us to supply foodstuffs to tourists that are coming from different countries. And this will allow us also to provide foodstuffs to Haiti. We need to commit even further to supporting food security. We need to make every effort to do this. We need to contribute to this food security initiative. We are firmly committed to the progress of our country, so we have a more sustainable, inclusive future. With the support of all of you, I'm sure that we can overcome the challenges that we are facing so that we have a better tomorrow for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. I now give the floor to Guyana. Guyana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates. Food is a fundamental human right, yet ending world hunger is one of the greatest challenges of our time. As earlier stated by FAO Chief Economist, hunger is still on the rise in the Caribbean sub-region. The gradual increase in the number of people going hungry and suffering from food insecurity should be a cause for concern for all. Incidences such as the COVID-19 crisis, the war between Ukraine and Russia continue to exacerbate the food security situation, and the disruptions in the global food supply chain have raised great concerns given the dire impact they continue to have on the region. In a region challenged by the double burden of persistent food insecurity and malnutrition in all of its forms, there's a deepening focus on health awareness. Given the heavy dependence on food imported from outside of the region, access to affordable, healthy food options is compromised. This leads to many people having poor nutrition, which the region is working assiduously to reverse through its dynamic 25% by 2025 program. Our governments, with the support of the FAO, have been working to develop a holistic strategy in the CLAC plan for food security, nutrition, and eradication of hunger 2030 that will also help guide food production and inter-regional food trade. Latin America and the Caribbean as a region has an agri-food surplus and food availability to be self-sufficient and therefore contribute to current and future global food security by ensuring a growing supply of nutritious and diversified food. However, the majority of countries in the region are net importers of important products such as wheat, corn, and vegetable oils, which exposes us to production, marketing, and price increases in these products. It is important to note that only 14% of exports are destined for the region's domestic market. Therefore, there are opportunities for interregional agri-food trade to grow for the benefit of food security. Interregional transportation remains a significant hindrance to food security in the region. In the CARICOM sub-region, strategies are being implemented to improve transportation and logistics throughout the region. Already, significant progress has been made to establish a ferry service between Guyana, Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago. Work is currently being undertaken to ensure common systems for customs and immigration are finalized to facilitate the seamless implementation of the service that will facilitate the trade of agricultural commodities. As the CARICOM sub-region implements the regional strategy, advancing the CARICOM agri-food systems agenda, prioritizing regional food and nutrition security, the complete removal of all barriers to trade, and improving transportation and logistics throughout the region are considered priorities that will facilitate the achievement of the goal to end hunger and achieve food security and nutrition. These issues remain prominent standing items on the agenda of the regularly convened CARICOM Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security meetings. The Latin American Caribbean region welcomes the assistance from the FAO to develop technical and institutional capacities of member states to improve interregional agri-food trade, support trade facilitation measures, and transparent and efficient trade policies to enhance market access and value chain development, and establish and maintain market intelligence and early warning systems to cope with rising food prices. Let us work together and take decisive actions now as we undertake the immense challenge of achieving the Global Sustainable Development Goal target to eradicate poverty. With trade as a strategic driver of food security, let us make better nutrition for all a reality for both now and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guyana. I now give the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ministerial colleagues, excellencies, and I wish to also recognize the presence of Mario Lubetking. On behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we wish to thank the government and people of Guyana for the hospitality extended thus far to my delegation. It is very important that at this juncture, we discuss issues touching on concerning trade, because agriculture trade has always been a very important facet and aspect of the shaping of world history. We must always remember that it was man who moved across the Bering Strait in the quest for food, that the Caribs and the Arawaks and the Siboneyes who moved from South America throughout the Caribbean, from the Lesser Antilles to the Greater Antilles, that it wasn't the quest for food. And we have seen the impact of the silk trade, the impact of colonization and trade on shaping world history. And the period that we are living in today is no different a period. Food and the trading in food are very important and crucial issues in shaping the manner in which mankind will evolve. From the standpoint of the Caribbean, and particularly from the standpoint of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, there is a revised Treaty of Basseterre, and at the standpoint of CARICOM, there's a revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. We are calling on the FAO at this point in time to continue to support the CELAC Food and Nutrition Security Plan, which has very detailed aspects touching on concerning how we can enhance South-South cooperation. There is a definite need for Latin America and the Caribbean to ensure that there is a platform whereby we can cement facets for a multilateral trade. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for example, we lost our trade preferences for the banana industry, and over a period of 25 years, we saw a $100 million banana industry be reduced to $1 million. It is definitely high time for us to work with our brothers and sisters throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, not only to address issues of enhancing food production and food productivity as we continue to grapple with the vagaries of climate change, but how can we ensure that many of the barriers to trade are removed? And we must be very honest in the conversation. There are some countries within Latin America and the Caribbean that have created artificial barriers to trade. And when we increase production and productivity, and we do not have the outlet so that we can export easily across borders, it is going to be very difficult. I want to also commend the governments within the region, particularly Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and Barbados, for their hard work and dedication thus far in putting in place a maritime platform whereby we can see over the upcoming months a veritable experiment where we can move more food within the region. There is going to be a need to enhance this, not only for it to be taking place within the region, but also for us to see the greater ability for us to export to other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent. I will now give the floor to Venezuela. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Thank you. Cordial greetings from the people and the government and the presidency of Venezuela. I would firstly like to celebrate the words yesterday, His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali, who began in his inaugural speech, and Her Excellency Senator Castro mentioned that we are doing our very best to find solutions to the challenges presented here. First of all, it is an historic moment for our country with regard to climate change, varied conflicts and pandemics such as the pandemic of impatience with enormous pressure, plagues, xenophobia, violence, and the pandemic of violence, which is our key priority, and other pandemics derived from the post-COVID, in the post-COVID era, impacting humanity, including the initiative of this forum to promote production for One Health, One World Health. I would like to present a few slides, if you would permit. Can you please move on to the next slide? In the order of conflicts, as you can see in this slide, you can see the impacts of war. This reflects the supply of food by Venezuela from 2008 to the present date. And you can see the trend from 84% to 12% in 2017. Next slide. We have a vulnerable population from 35.6%, but we have been able to implement measures that we would like to share with you so that the statistics that you see here, that we've been able to go down to 6.5% of vulnerability, of nutritional vulnerability. Another slide, we have a multi-sectoral approach with the intention of guaranteeing the distribution and production of food. As you can see here, we have sectors that are critical towards national production, working transversally, that are multidimensional. And we have also been deploying our greatest efforts in the area of fruit and vegetable production, livestock, poultry, small-scale farming. We have also begun to strengthen other sectors to reduce the logistical costs and to give incentives to agroeconomic subsidies, through agroeconomic subsidies. We have been working to facilitate access to market of our producers, as well as access to primary materials. We have been working on the financing of these sectors for a range of stakeholders in the sector. We have formed what we call a supply and production committee with over 44,000 teams from the communities contributing to the power of the people, and between 100 and 170 families in each community are working together as small-scale farmers, family farming, to meet our national need. Additionally, small-scale farming has been our focus towards the green revolution, with practices promoted by CELAC. We have been able to achieve a supply of more than 90% with products produced in Venezuela. Some of the products produced during the last 14 semesters that are contributing to the increase in agri-fisheries production. We have been able to go from 2.3 we've been able to go from a relatively low production to greatly improved production from 2016-2023. We have improved on our production of seeds, and we have been able to make great progress in terms of moving away from monoculture and experience which we've had with regard to seeds and nurseries has been a good one. And so we are inviting all of the member states of this forum to participate in the expansion of production, regardless of the type of production, livestock, poultry, agricultural. And let me reiterate to the presidency of this conference that the unilateral sanctions that have been imposed on our country and on neighboring countries need to be removed. Thank you very much.
Let us keep our intervention and comments in the stipulated time of 3 minutes. The first country is Mexico. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. International trade should be a strategic motor for growth and sustainable development, as well as food security in the region. Among our key contributions, I would like to highlight access to a better variety of nutritional foods, much more competitive pricing, especially for countries with limited resources, and an increase in employment within the agricultural sector, which has been boosting the wider economy. In spite of the tremendous incentives in the sector, there are challenges that hinder our progress. For example, the lack of infrastructure, the pricing, and of course, climate change, in addition to which geopolitical challenges in the agribusiness markets have impacted on our capacity. We are working with national, international, regional organizations to focus on defining facilitation strategies, commercial facilitation strategies, as well as logistical measures, taking into account the reality of each country, which would enable the exchange of products in a more significant way, will also enable us to decrease the costs by applying a greater range of technology, thanks to partnerships with regard to technology. We are looking into complementary products with national advantages that have been consolidated, that are based on commercial partnership agreements with our producers. International trade can be a tool, a very powerful tool, for fighting hunger in the region. Being able to confront these challenges and strengthening regional cooperation will allow us to optimize our potential, find more creative solutions for our nations. Mexico works in this regard, is working in this regard, and at this time we are a key exporter of 194 countries to which we export produce at this time.
Now I give the floor to Panama. Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We wish to thank the other presenters for the rich information presented, and we take this opportunity to present some of the tools that we have been able to implement to boost interregional trade in agriculture. Intra-regional trade, as well as the exportation of food, our food production, has been a focus. We have been involved in the hand-in-hand initiative of the FAO. Additionally, Panama has been implementing commercial measures and policies towards a more sustainable food production sector. And these are fundamental measures in agriculture. Additionally, we have established new incentives to promote sustainable agriculture, particularly at the level of family farmers, family farming, and through rural development programs and capacity building. We have been able to ensure a healthy food, nutritious food, and we've been able to decrease vulnerability to below 5%, nutritional vulnerability to below 5%. We have been mobilizing consumers to play their role as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Panama. I will now call on representative of civil society, spokesperson, to you have the floor.
Buenos días, señor presidente.
Good day, Mr. Chair. We would like to say, first of all, that family farming and indigenous farming produces the majority of our basic food basket. Countries that have been able to achieve agricultural autonomy and food security have done so on the basis of family farming, including the countries that countries in the south in particular. And for us, the concentration of small scale farmers have been able to reinforce the agri-production systems. We draw attention as well to the notion of human rights in the sphere of agriculture. A lot of attention has been paid to commercial agreements, which are necessary, but also generate negative impacts. We know that some products are subject to some products are subject to greater impacts from climate change. We pay particular attention as well to institutional programs and social programs which integrate technology within family farming, thereby ensuring better production. It is not, our focus is not only trade, but we would like to see a much more equitable distribution of resources within the agriculture sector so that we can improve the current indicators, producing more food. Every time we produce more food, there seem to be more difficulties, but these challenges and the inequality within the system needs to be addressed by political measures and policies that can promote the production of agricultural produce, thereby improving the quality of life and the environment while fighting against hunger and poverty in our region. We are part of the solution. We, the small farmers, the family farmers, we are part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the private sector spokesperson. Have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair, ministers, delegates. From the private sector, we understand that a holistic look at the agri-food systems with everyone at the table is vital to be able to overcome these challenges. The definition of regulations, policies, cooperation between government, private sector, civil society is needed to be able to reduce malnutrition, hunger, and poverty. The agricultural, forest, aquaculture sectors, which distribute, produce, and furnish foods, have a lot to do, they have a lot to say, and they have a lot to do if they want to address the problems in the agri-food sectors. It's a very diverse sector made up of small, medium-sized, and large producers, cooperatives, among others. We know from our own experience that the increase in production and better productivity is doing more with less, and this can help us address the problems we are facing. To encourage programs with financing for better productivity and an increase in production using technology, the capacities of our people, and our intellectual capacities for our value chains, all of this is vital. We must put at the heart of our systems consumers so that we can have production, distribution, commercialization, in other words, from farm to fork. It should be the consumers who are at the beginning and at the end and at the center. So we must strengthen regulatory frameworks, and we must have appropriate food systems and programs. The consumers must be an active participant. They must have healthy diets. We must have financing, and we must have appropriate tax systems, production systems that help local development, such as association of businesses and cooperatives of consumers, distributors, and producers that helps inclusive economies. It gives decent work and a decrease in logistics costs. We have great experiences with respect to using products that we can't sell, but that can be consumed. We must be more effective. We must be more effective in production and in trade. If a product cannot be sold but can be consumed, we should use this to reduce hunger and reduce food waste and loss. So the agri-food sector is key to reducing hunger, poverty, and malnutrition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to the scientific and academic spokesperson.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the sector, we want to say that international trade is key for being able to have access to food and nutrition. Although the weight of international trade varies depending on the product, overall, trade is increasing and it is greater in every sector and has to do with many, many products. In Latin America and the Caribbean, it is an important actor in the production distribution of foods. Latin America and the Caribbean is exporting 40% of its production, and we are important players at an international level. Trade can provide benefits with respect to food. It can give us more diversity. It can help improve food safety. However, evidence shows that it has also led to concerns about nutrition, especially those that have to do with overweight and obesity. We're talking about low-cost, highly processed food. Many commodities compete with local production, and that has an effect on the diversity of local production and has a negative impact on smallholder farmers that cannot compete in the market. And so we're losing out on local production, economic and political context, and an increasing trend to have imported foodstuffs, the reduction of high quality food, which affects the population, means that we need to rethink our agri-food trade, our agri-food sectors, so that everyone has appropriate access to food. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now give the representative of the Observatory of the Right to Food in Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we agree there need to be policies and regulatory frameworks to increase productivity and production of foods to improve the agri-food systems. In this regard, I want to make a respectful invitation or extend a respectful invitation to all states here and to the commercial sector to have closer links to the academic sector. We're not just observers, rather we are a source of new knowledge. We are those who do research, we analyze data and evidence, and based thereon, we propose innovative strategies to draw up new legislation, public policies, and development of trade as a driver of food trade. We think trade is a driver of development. The Observatory to the Right to Food in Latin America and Caribbean is a network of more than 100 universities, and we do studies on agriculture and foodstuffs. Our statistical data and analysis help agro-industry and aquaculture sectors. And in the observatory, we provide initiatives with respect to research, the outcomes of which can have an influence on how we overcome challenges with respect to aquaculture and agriculture. So it is indispensable that governments and the trade sector, those who are worried and concerned about this in the region, that they come together with us to draft policies that can lead to a real agri-foods transformations that include local communities, researchers who work at the Observatory to the Right to Food in Latin America and the Caribbean reiterate our commitment to supporting public policies, legislation, so that no one is left behind in our road to food security in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Buenos días, señor presidente, señora
Good
secretaria.
morning, Chair, Secretary, member countries, authorities. Access to international markets as well as foodstuffs in different countries have been affected by contexts and conflicts. After the pandemic, we have the war in Ukraine, the high price of commodities, and more recently, other conflicts. These global factors have a negative impact locally and are a threat to food security. The Latin America and Caribbean region are net exporters. Of all FAO regions, we are the largest exporting region, and we are important international players. Our food production is important, as I said, at a worldwide level. So we need to work together to support strategies to reduce hunger and malnutrition. This through trade in different agricultural products, not only by being more efficient, but also by targeting vulnerable populations. In the case of Costa Rica, we are a small country, so our production is differentiated with respect to quality. We use good practices. We support our small producers, and we use appropriate policies at a national level. The main products that we export are bananas, milk, meat, pineapples, among others. In our effort to differentiate our products, we still are affected by climate change and other factors. And so that is threatening our smallholder producers and our environment. So we make an appeal so that we can work together to address the drivers which are leading to food insecurity, conflicts, extreme climate change, economic recession, and inequality. And the determinant drivers which are stopping us from accessing markets, which means that vulnerable groups cannot have nutritional food at economic prices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. I now recognize the International Cooperative Alliance. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank the FAO for this invitation and for allowing us to participate. We also thank the Secretary of this 38th conference, and we thank our regional representative from the FAO. I've taken the floor because we've heard from different people who have talked about different cooperative models, and many have said that this is the model to reduce malnutrition and poverty. We are still the most unequal region in the world, and we want to highlight ladies and gentlemen, the fact that to make a transformational change, we need to work together if we want to meet the SDGs and if we want to move forward in our agenda. We want to repeat what Laura Suaro said. We need to put people at the center. We want to return to a context where people are at the center. We want prosperity for people and families, that a strong economy means human development. That means that economy means administration of the household based on individual and territorial relations. So our International Cooperative Alliance has been working for many years. We represent more than 310 organizations in 90 countries. We have an advisory role to play for many organizations, and we have also been supporting the FAO. We want to recall the report of the UN Secretary General about social development of cooperatives that he gave last year, which encourages everyone to create this ecosystem. And we recall the resolution of the UN, which declared 2025 the year in which governments must have public policies to support cooperatives, especially agricultural and aquacultural cooperatives, which will allow for a transformation of agri-food sectors so that we can put an end to hunger and malnutrition. So we'd like to make ourselves available to you so that 2025, the year of cooperatives, will allow all of us to work together. Thank you very much.
I recognize now a representative from the Consultative Group for International Agriculture Research. You have the floor. Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We are the CGIAR. We are the largest scientific group focused on agri-food systems. We have more than 60 years of experience, and we are happy to be here and supporting the FAO in their mission to fight against hunger, poverty, and malnutrition, and have more resilient and inclusive systems. Despite progress made, we know that there are many challenges still to address, and we believe that, as others have stated, that science and the academic sector must support other actors, the public, the private sector, civil society, and others, in order to redouble our efforts in the framework of the FAO's goals for Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is aligned with the 2030 agenda and the SDGs, and it is emphasizing the important issues, which are poverty, malnutrition, hunger, climate change, and the environment. At the CGIAR, we believe we must have greater research and development. We must have smart tools, intelligent tools to fight against climate change, and we must use IT in order to contribute to fighting and overcoming the challenges we face in the region. We would also like to work together with the FAO and all countries here. We have a regional initiative, which is to increase competitiveness, resilience, and sustainability of our agri-food systems. We are working on food security and stabilization of communities in order to prevent migration and conflict.
We have had a number of presentations and interventions from the floor. I will now give the floor back again to Dr. Maximo Torero for his reaction to those contributions that we have heard.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to all the members. I will continue. If
Somebody,
a lot of support from the microphones. So thank you so much, and thank you to all the countries and members for their comments and partners. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Thank you, everyone. Allow me to focus on a few points which are key. As I explained at the beginning, the agri-food system is a sector that faces shocks because of climate change. We have been implementing different initiatives, but we see that climate shocks are increasing. And they can come in different ways. They can be extreme scarcity of water, variation in temperature, which makes it difficult for farmers, more illnesses and plagues, which are going to increase, and migration of species and humans as a result of climate change. The agri-food system is also affected by scarcity of water. So we need to change the way that we work. We need to diversify our sector. The only way to be more resilient is to be more diversified in our portfolio. And that is based on two things: increasing production and efficiency, have less but produce more in every country, use cooperatives to do this, and increase our trade capacity to be able to have food if necessary, but also to export food to have more income, to have greater resilience. This is an issue which has two dimensions: a capacity for early warning systems and a capacity to absorb shocks. Early warning systems mean you have mechanisms. The FAO is working with you so that you can have predictive capacity. The systems now are not allowing for this. We want countries to have a 90-day heads up to be able to react. We saw El Nino, La Nina. We want to know when they come what the effects will be. This also means that we need to work to avoid health risks, COVID-19, and to have insurance. The FAO is actually proposing a catastrophic insurance plan, which will cover 7 factors. And if that moves forward, we're going to have a mechanism that can help all humanitarian agencies to respond quickly to the needs of countries. But for these, interpreter corrects, 12 risks, not 7. And this will allow us to have an insurance that is not just a subsidy, but it is important for commerce and trade. And the second component is absorption capacity, and that means efficiency, innovation, technology, and increase value added of what we produce. I believe that many of our country have shown that this is important. We have a new Ministry of Bioeconomy in Argentina. Guyana, its president showed us new tools. We need a new value chain. It doesn't matter if we are exporting low price products or high price products. We need value added. And we need to be prepared to help the losers, because in trade there are winners and there are losers as the situation changes. The FAO must create public goods so that we have a level playing field. To this end, the FAO must work with transparency in trade. We must have stronger food safety and agri-food systems. We're working on a food safety hub system in Singapore to support all countries in the world with respect to food safety. Interregional trade is going to be key. We must accelerate this. We have more exports within the same region and within the sub-regions. But despite this, we can make more progress and we need to do this faster. We must be transparent. Non-tariff and tariff measures should not be obstacles to trade. Thus, we must use evidence to design our systems. We can't have regions becoming hindrances to trade. The FAO is offering models to the countries to be able to overcome measures that are hindering our competitiveness. We want everyone to be able to compete. With that, Chair, I thank you very much, and we look forward to working with everyone in the near future.
I think we have had some very good intervention, some very good presentation, and I think that the ideas that were ventilated here are ideas that we all can accept and make our country better places that we can live with and ensure that we move this process forward. I think we are doing very great in terms of timing, and we'll now break for lunch. I'm kindly requesting that we return here punctually at 1:45 so that we can begin the next session. So enjoy your lunch and let's return and have a fruitful next session. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, del suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
المياه بالنسبة لي
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need
to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always, always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la Ley de Soberanía Alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kaikan kiralilia kaikisna yang kasak yamni kaikisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah kalupia sa ki pawisa wa imayana era bara yang kasak lilia kaikisna
mayrin na ni sutni na yang upa lilias na an yang tingki wisna sakuna mala daw kai ka kumsin ai ki bangwansa kabu sal karai baikan batailia sal ka baplapisa bamna warta ki atta bitau kaya.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, a llevarle sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida, y más aún que en las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Saint Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y riesgo frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamcepás y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades y, sobre todo, adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en todas las actividades. El proyecto se basó en un modelo de cogestión, articulado con organizaciones de base e instituciones locales. Esto permitió responder de manera eficiente a la compleja coyuntura socioeconómica de hombres y mujeres productores como resultado de la pandemia. El proyecto promovió un enfoque de recuperación con transformación, priorizando la inclusión y el empoderamiento de mujeres, jóvenes y pueblos indígenas. Rescató la importancia de promover el uso de tecnologías y saberes ancestrales, reconociéndolas como herramientas de desarrollo, resiliencia y sostenibilidad. Identificó oportunidades para empoderar a mujeres y jóvenes, generando oportunidades de ingresos, reduciendo brechas y visibilizando su potencial como agentes de cambio. La iniciativa además respondió a una emergencia y logró fortalecer la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios en un contexto de crisis compleja. Además de los impactos continuados del COVID-19, la incidencia de otros factores económicos como la inflación, choques climáticos, conflictos sociales y la inestabilidad política conllevaron a la adaptación operativa de las actividades para poder garantizar el cumplimiento de las metas programadas. La red de gerentas y gerentes de FAO en América Latina y el Caribe surgió en julio de 2022 como un espacio para fortalecer las relaciones, el diálogo y el aprendizaje entre quienes dirigen proyectos en todas las áreas de acción de la FAO.
Con más de 200 integrantes, la red congrega a responsables para la ejecución de $700 millones en proyectos FAO en toda la región.
Las y los gerentes son los que tienen contacto directo en los territorios y comunidades, son los que abren camino y producen cambio.
Son quienes día a día enfrentan los desafíos, las exigencias de los gobiernos, de nuestros socios y también las necesidades de nuestros beneficiarios.
En su primer año de vida, la red ha organizado 17 encuentros para compartir conocimientos, oportunidades y buenas prácticas.
Para los proyectos de cooperación Sur-Sur, esta red es un excelente espacio para el intercambio de informaciones técnicas y de gestión,
En los encuentros no solo se abordan temas técnicos, sino también habilidades blandas como el manejo de equipos, la solución de conflictos y la comunicación asertiva. La red ha servido también para reconocer el trabajo de nuestras gerentas y gerentes de proyectos, que son esenciales para que los objetivos de la FAO se conviertan en acciones concretas y transformadoras. La red de gerentas y gerentes de nuestra región es una experiencia sin precedentes en la FAO, una herramienta de construcción de soluciones innovadoras en conexión directa con los territorios y con nuestros beneficiarios, para no dejar a nadie atrás. Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the four betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
L'eau pour moi.
المياه بالنسبة لي.
El agua para mí. Water
to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always, always need water.
En su visita a Cuba, en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera, acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones. Es una concreción ya de la Ley de Soberanía Alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología, que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas, desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilya kay kisnan yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah kalupya sa kipawis sa wa imayana era bara yang kasaklilya kay kisna.
Mayrin na nisut ni nara yang upa lilias na an yang tingki wis na sakuna mala daw kay ka kumsin ay kibangwan sa kabu sal karay baikan batay liara sal ka baplapis sa bamna warta kiyah tabitaw kaya.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, llevarle sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida, y más aún que en las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, St. Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y riesgo frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamcepás y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades y, sobre todo, adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en todas las actividades. El proyecto se basó en un modelo de cogestión, articulado con organizaciones de base e instituciones locales. Esto permitió responder de manera eficiente a la compleja coyuntura socioeconómica de hombres y mujeres productores como resultado de la pandemia. El proyecto promovió un enfoque de recuperación con transformación, priorizando la inclusión y el empoderamiento de mujeres, jóvenes y pueblos indígenas. Rescató la importancia de promover el uso de tecnologías y saberes ancestrales, reconociéndolas como herramientas de desarrollo, resiliencia y sostenibilidad. Identificó oportunidades para empoderar a mujeres y jóvenes, generando oportunidades de ingresos, reduciendo brechas y visibilizando su potencial como agentes de cambio. La iniciativa además respondió a una emergencia y logró fortalecer la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios en un contexto de crisis compleja. Además de los impactos continuados del COVID-19, la incidencia de otros factores económicos como la inflación, choques climáticos, conflictos sociales y la inestabilidad política conllevaron a la adaptación operativa de las actividades para poder garantizar el cumplimiento de las metas programadas. La red de gerentas y gerentes de FAO en América Latina y el Caribe surgió en julio de 2022 como un espacio para fortalecer las relaciones, el diálogo y el aprendizaje entre quienes dirigen proyectos en todas las áreas de acción de la FAO.
Con más de 200 integrantes, la red congrega a responsables para la ejecución de $700 millones en proyectos FAO en toda la región.
Las y los gerentes son los que tienen contacto directo en los territorios y comunidades, son los que abren camino y producen cambio.
Son quienes día a día enfrentan los desafíos, las exigencias de los gobiernos, de nuestros socios y también las necesidades de nuestros beneficiarios.
En su primer año de vida, la red ha organizado 17 encuentros para compartir conocimientos, oportunidades y buenas prácticas.
Para los proyectos de cooperación Sur-Sur, esta red es un excelente espacio para el intercambio de informaciones técnicas y de gestión.
En los encuentros no solo se abordan temas técnicos, sino también habilidades blandas como el manejo de equipos, la solución de conflictos y la comunicación asertiva. La red ha servido también para reconocer el trabajo de nuestras gerentas y gerentes de proyectos, que son esenciales para que los objetivos de la FAO se conviertan en acciones concretas y transformadoras. La red de gerentas y gerentes de nuestra región es una experiencia sin precedentes en la FAO, una herramienta de construcción de soluciones innovadoras en conexión directa con los territorios y con nuestros beneficiarios, para no dejar a nadie atrás. Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y
disfrutado del almuerzo. Vamos ahora a comenzar la sesión de la tarde con Brasil, vicepresidencia. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a esta sesión vespertina del día de hoy. Habíamos recibido una solicitud de GRULAC que deseaba hacer una intervención. Embajador, tiene usted la palabra antes de comenzar con nuestro evento especial.
Comienzo agradeciendo al gobierno de Guyana su atención. Aprovecho para expresar nuestro agradecimiento a la FAO y en particular quisiera expresar nuestro agradecimiento a los intérpretes y traductores que siempre nos ayudan y los ponemos a sufrir, haciendo de nuestra vida, de este evento, un evento mejor. Antes de comenzar, quisiera que todos imagináramos 10 días de nuestra vida particular. De esos 10 días, 3 días no podemos comer nada. Otros 3 días o 4 comeremos tal vez una vez
we
al
might
día
eat
con lo
once
que hay.
a day with what's at
Esto nos ha
hand,
ocupado 7 días.
and this has led
Los
to the full
siguientes
7
2 días
days, and so the
tenemos
next 2
miedo
days,
salir de nuestra
we're
casa
afraid to leave the
porque
house
algo terrible está pasando fuera.
because something unspeakable is occurring
Nuestras vidas
outside.
corren peligro.
Our lives could be in danger.
Y el último
And the
día
last day,
nos la pasamos pensando qué voy a hacer los siguientes 10
we
días.
spend it thinking, what am I going to
Esta
do for the
metáfora
next 10 days?
la hago
This metaphor,
porque siendo la
I
región más
make
importante en la
it because
producción de
we are
alimentos,
the
como
most
lo hemos
important
escuchado,
region in the production of
tenemos
food, as we have
una
heard.
crisis
We have
entre nuestros países
a
hermanos.
crisis among our
Una
countries,
crisis
a
de
crisis
magnitud inigualable
of such
que
a
nos
scope
obliga
that it
como
forces
región
us as a region
a buscar una
to
solución
strive to
rápida,
find a
sustentable
swift,
e
sustainable,
incluyente
and inclusive
para la
solution
hermana República de Haití.
for the Republic of Haiti, our brothers.
Los miembros del GRULAC
The members of GRULAC
de Roma quisiéramos proponer
would like to suggest
que al final de esta
that
sesión
at the end of this session,
se alcanzara el compromiso
we reach a
de
compromise
pedirle
to request
a las agencias de las Naciones
from
Unidas
the
con
UN
sede en Roma
agencies headquartered in
que
Rome
inicien
that
un
they begin
movimiento, un programa,
a
como le
program, a
querramos
movement,
llamar,
whatever we can call it,
urgente y
an
decidido
emergency
para
program
atender
to
las necesidades
decisively
de Haití,
fulfill the needs of
que
Haiti,
coordinen con
to
todas las
coordinate
agencias de
with
las Naciones
all the
Unidas
agencies of the UN
para hacer
in order
que nuestra
to
hermana
ensure
República
that
de Haití
the Republic of Haiti
vuelve a ofrecerle a sus
can
ciudadanos
once again offer
la
to its
oportunidad
citizens the
de una
opportunity
vida
to have
digna, justa,
a fair
sin pobreza y sin
life
violencia.
without
Señor director,
poverty and prejudice.
quisiéramos
Mr.
que la
Director,
FAO,
we request of the
junto con el
FAO
PMA
to
y el
get
FIDA,
with
sean
FMEA
los
and
líderes
SIDA be the
de
leaders
esta urgente
of this urgent
iniciativa.
initiative.
No podemos ser la región
We
más productora de alimentos
cannot be the region that produces the most
cuando
food
uno
when
de mis familiares
one of our brothers
necesita
needs
urgentemente de nuestro apoyo.
urgently our
Muchas
support.
gracias, señor
Thank you very
presidente.
much,
Muchas
Mr.
gracias
President.
por tu apoyo
Thank
a
you,
esta iniciativa.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your support to that initiative. Thank you very much.
Gracias por esa declaración. Yo quisiera también ahora dar inicio a la sesión reconociendo la presencia de nuestro director general. Señor, bienvenido. Bien, continuamos con el punto número 27 de la agenda, el evento de alto nivel sobre transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios en los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe. Documento LARC, diagonal 24, diagonal INF, diagonal 13. El panel será moderado por la señora Angélica Giacomo, directora de la Oficina de los PID, Países Menos Desarrollados y Sin Litoral de la FAO. Invito a la moderadora que tome el uso de la palabra. Adelante. Gracias, presidente, excelencias, distinguidas damas y caballeros, buenas tardes. Soy directora de la Oficina.
It is my pleasure to welcome you today to the high-level special ministerial event, Agri-Food Systems Transformation in Small Island Developing States in Latin America and the Caribbean. I will be your moderator for this session, and our first speaker is the FAO Director General, Dr. Chu Dong-yu. And in this respect, without further ado, it is my pleasure to invite the Director General to provide opening remarks. Director General, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I strongly support my friend and ambassador from Mexico and others. We are going to lead the initiatives, how to support our brothers, sisters from Haiti. Even before, during the past 4 years, I had several meetings and discussion with leaders from Haiti and also Minister of Agriculture in Rome, in Buenos Aires, and in some other locations in New York. Let's just say, use the 1 minute, what my thought. Haiti, of course, political governance, it matters. We couldn't do more anymore from the FAO side. But we can do together with all of you for the images, short term, we need to work together with other agencies in Europe and also the New York to get some agile reaction, especially with the food program and others, OCHA, and to see how to strengthen the immediate action. Second, for mid-term, and we need the specific design, how to transform agrifood system in Haiti, how to empower, support the young farmers to get the accessible the technology, new varieties, and new input. And then once I had also discussed with President Lula and how to support the Haiti and through this sub-region. And now I think also President Ali here. Yesterday also we had some discussion how to use the Guyana as another rebound station to support them. So I think FAO is ready and stand with you. And luckily we have a chief economist from your region. And also you see the director of the seeds, LDCs also from your region. And myself, I said, always my first international trip to abroad is to this region. In 1986, come to Mexico, Brazil, and Peru, and Chile. So I always have a close feeling to this region, but you know, only this country is a little bit challenge more than others. So I always Luckily, this region, most of the members, you already graduate from the least developed countries. Most of you are middle income countries. If we collaborate coherently, we can have more deliverable results, have the heady. So for that, let's work together. Now I come to my statement for this ministerial meeting for seeds, LDCs, and LDCs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this high-level special event on agri-food system transformation in small island development state seeds in Latin America and the Caribbean, especially Costa Rica. Bring increased visibility to the sustainable development seeds, LDCs and LLDCs has always been central to my agenda, even before I came to the FAO. I spent about 20 years since 2002 when I was promoted to be Vice President of Chinese Academy of Agri-Sciences, because I have a background on the cash crops, vegetables, fruit, horticultures. So I already started to have all the small island states in the world. The rich natural resources of seeds, LDCs, LLDCs, ranging from the abundance of the oceans, rivers, land, mountains, forestry, and biodiversity, provide many opportunities. Of course, we have a lot of challenges. I always seek the opportunities when you are faced challenges. But these countries also have many specific challenges due to the remoteness, frequent natural hazard and disease, and vulnerability to the impact of the climate crisis, among others, which have not always allowed them to transform the agrifood system to the full potential to provide the prosperity needed. So we should understand the issues and then how to offer the solution. Recently, we have also seen the vulnerability of the Caribbean seeds to other external shocks. The cascading impact of the COVID-19, economic downturns, and increases in the global food prices have led to the unprecedented level of food insecurity and malnutrition, as President Ali rightly pointed out yesterday. You need a certain level of self-supply, self-sufficient of your food. Of course, it's an interconnected world. You need to also depend on the trade. But if you raise your level of your self-sufficient, it's give you freedom to address the issues more frequent, more urgently. To strengthen support to the members in addressing this vulnerability and unlock the opportunities and partnerships, I established the FAO Office of Seeds, LDCs, and LDs upon taking office in 2019 to support the unlocking opportunities and the partnership to address the needs of this important block of the FAO members. Totally, more than 50 members globally from the small island, including some so-called high-income or middle-high-income state, island state. Through the flagship FAO Hand-in-Hand initiatives launched in September 2019, FAO introduced an innovative approach to working smarter together at the scale required for measurable impact to address the multifaceted challenges countries face, including the increase in food insecurity and malnutrition, rising the inequality, vulnerability to the climate change, soil degradation, and the depletion of the freshwater resources. Even here, this morning I visited the rice station. There are too much underground water. Underground water level is so high. How to make the proper land use design? Also, it's a challenge because yesterday I didn't have time to talk about that because I said that too much water sometimes also creates the problems. Not only Netherlands, even my hometown, from China also we face too much water, 2,000 millimeter rainfall in a year, and sometimes we have a 1 month drought. So how to make consistent supply of water and reduce the damage or negative impact. Also, it's a challenge. I know you need the investment, you need the proper design, how to make your land more fertile and more sustainable. Hand-in-hand initiative operate on the principle of targeted evidence-based intervention that prioritize areas and population with the highest level of poverty, food insecurity, inequality, and vulnerability. It emphasizes data-driven decision-making and aims to mobilize resources, partnerships, and innovative approaches to overcome challenges and achieve impactful results. The number of the Caribbean countries engaged in a steadily increasing. In June last year, I convened a high-level ministerial event transforming agrifood systems to increase resilience and achieve the 2030 agenda, harness the potential of seeds, LDCs, LLDCs. The event led to a call for action by ministers and high-level representatives and the proposal the establishment of ministerial network for seeds, LDCs, LLDCs, with the technical support from FAO. So I strongly encourage this network should be more fit to the purpose, and especially before the summit of seeds this year, and also the summit for the LDCs in Rwanda. Seeds is in the Chile and Honduras here. I think it's next May, early May or April. Yeah. So, assess mechanism to share experience and collectively build resilience to the climate crisis, food insecurity, and to secure the investment to scale up the transformation of agrifood system. In addition, in 2021, is set up a seeds solution platform with the first forum co-hosted virtually by FAO and Fiji in 2021 with participation of several Caribbean seeds. So the Asia Pacific seeds, now they have a more action plan to come in. And also they are going to plan to have the seed solutions, digital solutions for seeds in Pacific Island. So I strongly encourage Maria Luque, this regional office, also look at the issues here. And because there's two regions concentrate the majority of the seeds, Asia Pacific and the Caribbean. Of course, some small islands from Africa also, but not so many. Yeah, that's two big regions. I think we can work together, learning from each other. And seed solution platform facilitate knowledge sharing within seeds and between seeds, LDCs, LLDCs, and other countries. So fertilizing and inject innovations, increase the investment and building resilience in a agrifood system. This high-level event an important opportunity for exploring how FAO can facilitate increased South-South and Triangle cooperation to accelerate agrifood system in the Caribbean seas. FAO resource mobilization has increased exponentially across the Caribbean seas over the last 2 biennials. The FAO will continue to pursue the partnership with traditional and non-traditional donors to continue to fuel the needed transformation. Through innovation, science, technology, capacity development, and partnerships, FAO programs will foster the ability of farmers to be active agents of change for the agricultural sector and their communities. Dear colleagues, these activities are only a few examples of our collective successes in advanced development agenda of seeds, LDCs, and LLDCs. This effort has been recognized by our members, and I wish to express my appreciation to all my partners who are working hand in hand with FAO to improve the livelihood and all the peoples in seeds, LDCs, and LLDs. Through the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life, leaving no one behind. I think seeds, we have a good start, but we have to keep continuing. Yeah, I always have enough patience and passion to waiting for the turning point to change, because every day, every year, you put effort to support the seeds. like you boiling water. When you reach the 90 degree, you didn't feel it's boiling water, even 99 degree, but we are waiting for 100 degree, even 101 degree. And then you declare it's a boiling water, and the boiling water, not the boiling water. And that's the seeds need, finally, not only against the climate change, and also against the vulnerability, not only measured by GDP, and also measured by the Human Development Index, developed by the UNDP. And that's FAO, we will play our part to work together with you to reach and improve the Human Development Index in the small island state, which you deserved for centuries and millions of years when your ancestors escaped from the continent, settled in the small island state. So let's work together. Thank you.
To thank the Director General for his remarks and his steadfast support to small island developing states, SIDS, through initiatives such as the Hand in Hand initiative and many others that were outlined in his intervention. This event, as was emphasized, is a follow-up to the high-level ministerial event for SIDS, LDCs, and LLDCs held in Rome in June of last year, where a call for action was issued by ministers and high-level representatives. And there, in this call for action, ministers requested the establishment of a ministerial network. His statement also emphasized that FAO stands ready to support the powerful call from GRULAC delivered by the Ambassador of Mexico in support of Haiti. He urged us to continue our efforts in support of SIDS, particularly in the lead up to the 4th International Conference on SIDS to be held in Antigua and Barbuda in May of this year and beyond. En este momento tengo el placer de darle la palabra al subdirector general.
I'm giving the floor to, as a Director General, the Director General for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mario Betti, to chair. Mr. Director General, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Madam Moderator, ministers, representatives of the 33 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that are gathered here in Georgetown, ministers and representatives of the 33 countries that are following us online, and that yesterday we had already reached 1,500 participants among technical experts and government representatives that took part in yesterday's first session. I just wish to indicate what we are expecting in this high-level special event, considering that 16 of the 33 members, as the Director General said, are small island developing states of the Caribbean. This figure indicates that it is urgent to consider their specific situation, and we hope in this debate to hear indications to continue to work and to work better, as the DG was saying. And here we will consider the social, environmental, technological, and political context in which the small island developing states operate in order to transform their agri-food systems. And we will also broach the approach of the FAO to give technical support and other support in order to optimize efficiency, yield, and impact. The SIDS in Latin America and the Caribbean are faced with various vulnerability due to their small size economies, and we understand this. And even though they have small populations and small size, they depend on the international markets due to a large extent in the fact that they are net food importers, and they are susceptible to the vagaries of the global market, and they are on the front line of the impact of climate change. Therefore, the transformation of the agricultural sector is the basis to strengthen the resilience of these countries in the Caribbean. During this session, we will consider three fundamental aspects. First, the characteristics and difficulties to finance the transformation and the resilience of the agro industry of the Caribbean countries, and then the programmatic approaches of the FAO to improve the agri-food systems of the Caribbean countries for the 2024-2025 period, and finally how to optimize technical support by the FAO through associations, the transfer of knowledge, the experience, and taking advantage of the comparative advantages of the organization. We have highlighted that there is a high level of attention to work towards strengthening policies for food security, the production of elements, and the transformation of the food systems, which is why the transformation of the food systems of SIDS in the Caribbean is a priority, an absolute priority for the region. As the Director General was saying, the SIDS represent roughly half the member states of Latin America and the Caribbean. Promote their social, environmental, and social development is fundamental not only for the countries of the Caribbean, but for the region writ large. In this session, we also wish to analyze how the FAO program can deal with the needs of the SIDS in the Caribbean and how to guarantee sustainable impacts. We have to consider the priority goals of these countries to promote regional cooperation of all of Latin America and the Caribbean towards the Caribbean, taking advantage of our experience and the international networks in order to promote accelerated progress based on proven solutions and discuss how we can effectively respond to the needs of the Caribbean states with concrete results. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the ADG for his presentation on the document for this session and for his support to the Latin American and Caribbean SIDS.
High-level speakers to share their insights on the following two queries. How can we accelerate agri-food systems transformation in Latin American and Caribbean SIDS? And second, where do you see the greatest opportunities for South-South and triangular cooperation within the region among SIDS and beyond? And what role would you like FAO to play in facilitating such exchanges? I will now give a round to every speaker, and I will go alphabetically by alphabetical order of countries. And I wish to start with the Honorable Jomo Campbell, Minister for Agriculture and Marine Resources of Bahamas. You may go to the podium, sir. Let's you have the floor.
As this is my first intervention, I would like to start by saying a very special thank you to Chair, to FAO, and to the great people of Guyana. Good afternoon, colleagues. I will seek to consolidate the answer to both questions in my presentation today. As we gather here today, it is crucial for us to address the importance of transforming agri-food systems in small island developing states such as the Bahamas. All of our beautiful countries in the region are abundantly blessed with natural resources and diverse agricultural opportunities. Yet we often overlook the potential for sustainable food production and consumption. In the Bahamas, we share your concerns because, like you, we are severely vulnerable to the effects of climate change and fluctuating costs of living. Over the last few years, we have been making significant efforts to focus on promoting farming practices and supporting farmers so that we can reduce our dependence on imported food, a bill which is pegged at almost $1 billion annually. Firstly, in an effort to do this, we established a sustainable food grant where established and aspiring farmers and fishers could access up to $40,000. This was our way of attempting to cultivate entrepreneurship. And while some were able to receive the grant, access to capital was also a challenge. And so the Bahamas Agricultural and Industrial Corporation assisted by signing a memorandum of understanding with a local bank to provide loans to individuals wanting to start or expand their agricultural business. We've also granted 100 farmers acreage to begin farming in our capital island, Providence, an initiative we hope to duplicate throughout the other family islands. We're also developing a number of partnerships with farmers. The Pineapple Project is a prime example of this, where we have collaborated with experts from Costa Rica who shared their knowledge with our farmers in Eleuthera. Through this initiative, we are encouraging farmers to enhance their production of our famous sugarloaf pineapple, and also introducing new varieties that can be potentially used for export, such as the Pina Rosa. There are about a dozen pineapple farmers in Eleuthera. However, we are certain that others will be encouraged to farm pineapples and create a productive network of growers. We believe that similar programs such as this can be duplicated on other family islands, where other crops grow rapidly, such as in Exoma, which was once known to be a location for onions. Another partnership program that we are developing with farmers is the Golden Yoke Project that would assist the Bahamas in being 100% self-reliant for eggs. At the moment, we produce about 750,000 eggs per annum. And we anticipate that through the implementation of this program, that number will grow to 27 million eggs, an increase of over 3,000%. We expect that this project would increase egg production on every island, feeding the demand for our nation and possibly bring in a new product for export. My ministry has also prioritized the poultry and pineapple industries through commodity value chain development. Particularly, we are working with the Bahamas' Chinese embassy on a project proposal that was submitted to the China International Development Agency, SIDCA, to support the development of the poultry sector. Additionally, 2 Chinese experts will also be assisting us in building more greenhouses and are able to assist us in growing and producing produce to be distributed to several charities. The government of the Bahamas also continues to partner with NPOs to distribute backyard farming kits, which helps communities establish community gardens. We have also made other investments in our schools. We've invested in 15 schools across the country to bolster agricultural programs. And we intend to have this as an ongoing program to continue to engage youth and demonstrate that agriculture is a viable profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your intervention, where you highlighted some of the issues that Bahamas is taking on in order to transform their agri-food systems. And in particular, you mentioned the issue of the sustainable food grants to cultivate entrepreneurship and providing assistance to support access to capital, partnerships with pineapple farmers, collaborating amongst themselves and with experts beyond SIDS. Also, the increasing local egg production, the development of value chains through South-South cooperation, and investment in school to bolster youth involvement in farms. Ahora tengo el placer de otorgarle la palabra a su excelencia Jorge Luis Tapia.
I now have the pleasure of introducing the Deputy Prime Minister of Cuba. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelencias, delegados.
Excellencies, delegates, on behalf of Cuba's delegation, which I preside, I would like to express thanks to the people and government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for their warm welcome, and in particular, His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, the President, and Zulfikar Zulfikar Mustafa, Agriculture Minister, and Chu Dong-yu, the Director General, as well as the Regional Secretariat of FAO, headed by Mario Lubetkin, the ADG and Regional Representative. Thank you for the excellent conduct of this session. We would like to thank FAO for convening this meeting and for inviting us to take part in this roundtable on agri-food systems transformation in small island developing states in Latin America and the Caribbean. We recognize FAO's work in staying on track in terms of the Samoa commitments, as well as the WTO's commitments to sustainable development. FAO supports programs and projects for capacity development and the establishment of more resilient agri-food systems. We also wish to highlight the platform for solutions created by FAO for small island developing states. In this respect, we propose that we work globally in defining a framework for adaptation goals so that we can come up with new climate financing goals in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. It is true the small island developing states face similar challenges in achieving sustainable agri-food systems, to some extent due to the adverse effects of climate change on their ecosystems. Also due to the incidence of natural disasters, among other factors, which make it even clearer that we need specialized knowledge and FAO's technical support. We urge that FAO continue to mobilize resources for its programs and support of countries. It is unfortunate that the goal of mobilizing at least $100 million in terms of climate financing has not been achieved. According to FAO data, between 2020 and 2022, the region represented 14% of agricultural and fishery production globally. And in terms of exports, that accounted for 17%. Latin America and the Caribbean continues to be affected by the scourge of hunger and malnutrition, especially in Caribbean countries, where this affects over 60% of the population. It is worth mentioning that not all countries are equal in terms of food exports. Generally speaking, Caribbean countries are net importers of food and reliant on global trade. In this context, we must recognize the value of the CELAC FSN Plan 2030, most recently updated in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is a guide that provides recommendations for eradicating hunger and achieving food security and sound nutrition in all countries in the world. Chairperson, Cuba is facing a complex economic situation due to the combined effects of the impact of COVID-19, natural disasters, climate change, and unilateral coercive measures that Cuba is subjected to, thus undermining our right to development and the development of our commercial relations. The UNGA has requested that this blockade against my country end. This is the main obstacle to the implementation of the Plan for Social and Economic Development of Cuba to 2030, as well as the SDGs under the 2030 Agenda. We're implementing the National Food Sovereignty Plan and Nutritional Education Plan, which targets our reliance on imports. We are seeking to use science and innovation and disaggregate our systems and ensure that they are sustainable at the local level. We have a plan to tackle climate change, which is science-based and analyzes risks. We have short, medium, and long-term goals and experiences that we can share with other countries in the region. In 2022, the Food Sovereignty Law and food security law came into effect. Cuba will continue to promote cooperation in the realm of disaster risk reduction. As part of the Caribbean, we are honored to uphold excellent relations with CARICOM in areas under the mandate of FAO. We urge that all countries work together, promoting multilateralism and international cooperation, in particular South-South and triangular cooperation. Thank you.
Before continuing, just a quick reminder on your microphones. Please ensure, okay, for the mics that are at the round table, the arrows on the left of the screen control the channels. If the light is red, the mic is on. The display will also show the mic is on, and the headset should be plugged into that headset jack on the left of your device. And also, please don't forget to mute your microphone when it's not in use by pressing the center button on the device. Thank you.
Excelencia, agradezco su intervención y en particular por traer a colación el tema del acceso de financiamiento para mitigar y adaptarse a los impactos del cambio climático.
Thank you for your extremely relevant comments on the importance of supporting resource mobilization efforts, as well as the SELAC FSN plan in eradicating hunger by 2025. You also mentioned the importance of science and innovation in forging policies and in the importance of enhancing South-South and triangular cooperation. Thank you very much.
Minister of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ICT, Creative Economy, Agriculture and Lands, Fishery and Cooperatives of Grenada. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
So thank you very much indeed. A very pleasant afternoon to all. I wish to begin by first expressing our thanks to FAO for having our delegation here, and also to the government and people of Guyana for their warm hospitality. As regards the first question, I would like to say that we in Grenada, we reiterate the support to the 4 betters, as we already stated in the early RC-37. We support the reorientation of the regional initiatives to reflect that, and for the programmatic emphases that have been outlined in the early RC/24/INF/13. They are completely aligned with the OECS Food and Agriculture Sustainable Transformation Strategy, better known as FAST. We strongly endorse all the technical interventions that have been articulated under each of these focus areas in Section 3 of the early RC information document. However, I would like to make specific mention of some of the critical areas of work being addressed in Grenada. The Prime Minister of Grenada has underlined that digitalization is a national priority. We are making strides in the agriculture sector with significant input from FAO. They have been supporting the establishment and training of drone teams within the ministry, who are then leading land mapping exercises around the country. Further training is planned to ensure that the ministry is adequately empowered to manage and use these data to the fullest. FAO is also helping with the digital registration of our farmers and fishers. Land is necessarily a limited resource for the seeds, and the sound policies governing its use are fundamental for inclusive and sustainable agriculture. We have recently reached out to FAO for guidance in reviewing and revising our national land use policy in line with internationally recognized good practice. We look forward to receiving that support. We have already benefited from FAO contribution in the establishment of a land banking system which will be instrumental in ensuring young farmers access to land. Our marine resources greatly exceed our land resources around 77 times or more. Effective governance of these resources is required to enable us to capitalize on this wealth sustainably and responsibly. Here again, we are receiving assistance from FAO, specifically through the updating of the fisheries legislative framework and building the capacity of the ministry to collect, manage, and use fisheries data. This will enable Grenada to better monitor the fisheries sector and to fulfill all the country's obligations in terms of reporting to regional, for example, ICAT, and international organizations. We are seeking further help from FAO in the areas of fishing, particularly capacity building for our new fisheries officers and in conducting marine resource surveys. Meeting our 25 targets require better production, and FAO has been with us in the procurement of fit-for-purpose greenhouses in the rehabilitation of existing ones to optimize the performance under local conditions. FAO has also been working with us on a number of climate-smart innovations for the sector. Our focus is not simply on production, but how it is linked to market potential. FAO has been promoting evidence-based value chain development and helping us develop opportunities with high-value vegetables, soursop, cocoa, and sea moss. A lot more can be said, but I will end by referring to the imperative of the country having better agriculture and food security data on which to plan. We are currently undertaking an agricultural census, and we are seeking the assistance of FAO in the analysis of the data and in building our capacity to make full use of that data. We are also looking forward to the work in the Caribbean on the affordability of a healthy diet. As regards the second question, I would like to add quickly to provide a few suggestions on how FAO could facilitate further progress on the agri-food sector transformation. There is a paucity of qualified professionals in the area of fisheries and agriculture. Could FAO, through its international networks, facilitate opportunities for undergraduate and graduate scholarships for young Grenadians? Could the regional office of FAO establish a mechanism to facilitate efficient South-South cooperation within the region? We are aware that there is South-South cooperation at FAO headquarters. Can there be increased targets set for such cooperation aimed at addressing critical issues identified by the seeds? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Underscoring the following points and calling on further support from FAO in the aspects of digitalization. You mentioned the establishment of a land banking system, and you wish to go further with a review of these areas. Also, capacity development in fisheries area, the analysis of data from the agricultural census, and also a call for a mechanism to support South-South cooperation for skills and vocational training for youth. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Jean-Claude Lap, Deputy Director of the Department of Economic Relations and Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Haiti. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair and Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Ministers, ambassadors, distinguished delegates. It is a pleasure for me to take part in this extremely important event, especially for Haiti, at a time where we are facing a complex crisis. I would therefore take this opportunity to, on behalf of Haiti's government, to thank the Chair of GRULAC, the ambassador, as well as FAO's Director General, and other partners who have made urgent recommendations so that Haiti can be supported, so that it can emerge from this extremely complex crisis. Also, I wish to greet and congratulate the organization and Guyana's government for the warm welcome. FAO has invited us to take into account 4 essential points, but for Haiti, there are 2 key points due to the nature of the crisis we face, namely requesting that FAO provide holistic support to members for the implementation of regional priorities and to ask FAO to provide support in terms of resource mobilization for the implementation of the 2024-2025 plan in the region. The last 2 recommendations are fundamental to Haiti, given the situation on the ground. As you may know, the last few years have been particularly difficult, given the fact that armed gangs have seized vast swathes of land, the impact on our economy, and the fact that thousands of families have had to leave their homes, which they built after years of sacrifice. Due to these circumstances, many different sectors are affected. There are extreme consequences and severe consequences on the most vulnerable pockets of our population, especially those who live in areas seized by armed gangs. The most urgent priorities for Haiti, therefore, have to do with the last 2 recommendations made by FAO, targeted support for resource mobilization to support the most vulnerable parts of Haiti's population, which, due to the violence of gangs, are facing complex situations. We take this opportunity to once more appeal to our partners in the region to support us so that we can resolve this multidimensional crisis. We are not truly a poor country. We have been impoverished. Unfortunately, these gangs control strategic parts of the country. There is a militarized area which has reduced and constrained the transportation of foodstuffs. This has led to unprecedented famine. How exactly can FAO help Haiti overcome this complex crisis? I would like to share with you a personal anecdote, which is a way of supporting vulnerable populations, as the chairperson of GRULAC was suggesting, and so that we can mobilize FAO's agencies to help Haiti. In the 90s, as the country faced a complex crisis, I took a course in civil engineering. And as we tried to implement WFP programs, which sought to reestablish routes for the transportation of foodstuffs, well, as a young engineer, in my second year in the Corps, well, I went to study abroad. WFP and FAO were extremely useful to me in Haiti at that time. So I would renew this type of program through FAO, through the UN agencies, so that we can provide our country with the type of support it needs. Thanks to this project, as I was saying, I was able to finalize my studies. As thousands of countries face famine, Haiti needs such programs to help out our population. They would help the social situation on the ground and also enhance consumption levels. The eradication of poverty and the transformation of food systems would also ensue. Despite our agriculture sector's poor performance, it's still a cornerstone of our development. We must strengthen productive capacity, and this will play a central role in eliminating rural poverty, especially since over 2/3 of the population live in rural areas. I truly believe that the 30th session of FAO's regional conference, which specifically looks to do away with food loss and waste, is the best forum for us to look at solutions to the crisis we face. Again, we urge that we all come together in forging specialized programs to mitigate the suffering of Haiti's people. This would strengthen our sector and also mobilize our economy. I would like to explain something briefly. From 2017 till now, some 500,000 Haitians have had to leave the country due to this crisis. I was in Mexico as an advisor, and I was responsible for managing migration-related issues. We conducted a survey, and it emerged that on average, each migrant spends about $7,000. We are talking billions of US dollars that are just gone into the ether. This crisis our country is facing also has implications for other countries in our surrounding region. That is why we would ask that our partners and neighbors support Haiti in this crisis. Due to the nature of the crisis, our partners must ask urgently, as the chairperson of GULAC rightly said. We truly hope our partners can support us so that we can be lifted out of this extremely complex crisis. Thank you.
Just a kind request to speak slowly so that interpreters can interpret adequately, please. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur et Excellence Jean-Claude Lapp.
Thank you, Excellency Jean-Claude Lapp, for your statement and for your comments on the appeal launched by the Ambassador of Mexico. You highlighted some interventions that FAO could undertake, and in particular, you mentioned coordination with UN agencies and resource mobilization. You underscore the transformation of agri-food systems and their importance in eradicating poverty and the food loss and waste aspect. You also mentioned social protection programs.
Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, and Marine Resources, Entrepreneurship, Creative Economy, Culture, Sports, and Cooperatives of St. Kitts and Nevis. Excellency, you have the floor.
Pleasant afternoon, Madam Moderator, distinguished Chair, esteemed colleagues. This afternoon, I'm glad to be able to be present to represent my country, St. Kitts and Nevis, at this conference. Regarding the questions, I want to first start by thanking the FAO for sharing the document, as it clearly outlines the context in which agri-food systems are being transformed in the Caribbean small island developing states. And it also outlines the priority areas of intervention that are needed to accelerate the differences. Now, for St. Kitts and Nevis, we had indeed one of the smallest and also one of the most water stressed countries in the world.
And so we are giving high priority to improving water management and water efficiency in agriculture. We would like to see an increase and urgent assistance from the FAO as we recognize that there are worsening situations of drought across the Caribbean region. And I understand that even now it has reached the shores of Guyana, the land of water, which tells you about its significance. And so in 2023, the FAO announced a global program of support to countries in developing a national water management roadmap. Then St. Kitts and Nevis immediately stated its interest to be included. We hope that this work will start immediately and that we can be beneficiaries. We consider this an excellent opportunity to benefit from the FAO's global experience and expertise. In the meanwhile, St. Kitts and Nevis is placing significant effort in water efficiency production systems and precision agriculture, highlighting areas such as greenhouse, hydroponics, aquaponics, and it was just last year, commemorating World Food Day, that we launched our drought resilience irrigation program, as we affectionately called DRIP, to ensure that we align with effective water management. We have also requested technical support through FAO's Technical Cooperation Program for the rehabilitation and the optimization of greenhouses across the Twin Island state, and the related capacity building for our farmers and also our extension services. The expanded use and optimization of these technologies are fundamental to our achieving national targets under the recently approved national strategy that we've released, the Journey to 2025 and beyond. Because as a state of CARICOM, we are in line with trying our best to achieve its 25 by 2025 agenda. Encouraging the broad engagement of youth in agriculture is another thrust of our government, and we welcome the FAO's technical support in the establishment of a land bank that will enable young farmers to get access to agricultural lands. As with other big ocean states of the Caribbean, effective governance and sustainable management of our marine resources are of paramount interest. We would like to recognize the FAO's support in addressing our capacities to prevent illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. We also look forward to great support from the FAO in the areas of aquaculture and mariculture. The scale of production in St. Kitts and Nevis is an intrinsic challenge to competitive agriculture, but we look forward to the FAO's assistance in identifying and maximizing opportunities such as synergies between agriculture and tourism, as well as the development of digital technologies and intellectual property within the sector. This would entail the support of improving food safety management systems, brand and production development, and also support our farmers and food producers to strengthen business approaches within their plans and operations. And as I move on to the second question, there will be great benefit in the FAO establishing a mechanism that could facilitate cooperation within the region, of course. In the first instance, I would like to say that we would appreciate the FAO being able to establish a position within the OECS Commission, as well as CARICOM, as have been requested. That technical support is vital, because we recognize that within the OECS and CARICOM, the idea of collaboration and countries coming together with the technical and global expertise of the FAO can help to move these units forward and give us a voice within the global space. The FAO is powerful. Our countries are small. However, I think together we can create a viable impact and be a voice in the global space with your help. So I think with that, be my request. I say thank you.
wish to thank you, Excellency, for reminding us that Nevis is among the most water-stressed countries in the world, and your wish to participate in the FAO-supported water management roadmap. You highlighted many areas where FAO is already supporting, and you called on further support. Among these areas is precision agriculture, capacity building and IUU fishing, aqua and mariculture extension services. And you also mentioned the interest of youth, assistance with youth, because of the importance of youth in agriculture. Last but not least, you called on FAO to create a mechanism to facilitate South-South and triangular cooperation in the region. I now wish to turn to the Honorable Pomerans, Sweden, Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries of Suriname, who will join us virtually. Honorable Minister, Excellency, you have the floor. Excellency, Honorable Herman Sweden, Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries of Suriname. I'll move on to the next speaker, and then we'll come back in case the Honorable Minister is present. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to the Honorable Avinash Singh, State Minister within the Ministry of Agriculture of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Chair, honorable colleagues, blessed good afternoon once more. And I'm honored to be part of this high-level special event along with my other distinguished speakers to share on this topic, agri-food system transformation in small island developing states in Latin America and the Caribbean. To set the stage for a pivotal discussion on the transformation of agri-food system, it is paramount to recognize our core objective to effectively overcome the pressing challenges facing the development of our agricultural sectors. These challenges encompass the intensification of climate change, the proliferation of pests and diseases, rapid population growth, escalating hunger, and significant food loss and waste. For small island developing states, these issues are further magnified due to our unique vulnerabilities, including susceptibility to natural disasters, high rates of outmigration, and the pressure of rapid urbanization. In Trinidad and Tobago, developing our agri-sector is a priority of the government, and we have put forward a national policy document called Vision 2030, and the roadmap to recovery, and this is following the post-COVID-19 pandemic. These policy documents outline the role of our agricultural food systems towards sustainable food security, climate resilient agriculture, and management of our biodiversity. The intent of FAO's 4 betters and therefore captured in our national policy documents. In seeking to transform the agri-food system in Trinidad and Tobago, we have adopted what I have categorized as three broad strategies. These are aimed at improved food and nutrition security and reduce import dependency. These areas include innovative production practices, promotion of healthy diets, and digitization of our food chain system. In strategy 1, we are using the innovation production models such as shade house and solar irrigation, caterpillar tunnels, climate-related mitigation solutions linked to sustainable production practices. In terms of promoting healthy diet, I must commend and thank FAO's team for the support in our resilient school feeding program that has really made a dent and an impact in our nation. In terms of digitalization of our food chain, we are launching the apps and all of the relevant technology to have extension services and online repository, traceability of fresh produce from farm to consumer, and many others in the pipeline. The second part of the question, in choosing to transform our agri-food systems, we must also be ready to address the major challenges that face us, small island developing states: low technology transfer, increasing cost of production, high cost of adoption and adaptation of new and innovative production models, lack of targeted financing for desired new and innovative approaches to production, low investments along our agricultural supply chain, and issues related to meeting quality standards. And I humbly ask FAO to assist us small island developing states in these challenges that we face. We need, as all speakers before me said, we are humbly asking for technical support and cooperation in priority digitalization, financing, value chain support, and research and strengthening agri-food systems for food and nutrition security in all of our countries. As we move forward in shaping the future of our agricultural and food systems, it is imperative that we maintain a steadfast dedication to the tasks that lie ahead. This will involve fostering collaboration, forging partnerships, and creating synergies, accelerating the transformation of agri-food systems, especially in small island developing states, and ensuring ongoing support not only from the Food and Agriculture Organization, but also from other development partners. Chair and esteemed colleagues, I am grateful for the opportunity to have presented my insights and what my government is doing for the revolutionizing of our agricultural sector in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Now I'm going to quickly go back to the virtual to see if the Honorable Parmesan Sweden Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries of Suriname is connected and would like to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director General of the FAO, Assistant Director General of Latin America and the Caribbean, colleague ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you from my side. We are aware of the challenges that the region is facing with respect to food security and sustainable livelihoods. Suriname is no exception. Although Suriname is not a small island, it is considered a small island developing state because it shares similar sustainability challenges as our small island neighbors. Growing populations, limited resources, remoteness, susceptibility to natural disasters, vulnerability to external shocks, excessive dependence on international trade, and fragile environments are all challenges we can relate to. The government of Suriname has worked closely with FAO to drive the needed transformational change for the benefit of all in these difficult times. Creating positive change requires inclusive, efficient, and responsive approaches. Moreover, it calls for agility to be able to adjust the evolving environments and build resilience. Suriname is obligated and committed to UN member states to the 2030 agenda in assuring that no one will be left behind. The indigenous and tribal peoples play a historic role in the development of the world's agriculture and food systems. With support from the SDG Fund under the Leaving No One Behind program and through partnerships with the Ministry of Regional Development and Sports, the Gender Bureau, the FIDS, that's the Emmet Engines organization, and COMPAS, that's the organization of the Maroon people here in Suriname. In 2003, we developed an integrated policy framework for indigenous and tribal people. The government of Suriname has set as a national priority assistance to small-scale farmers and family farmers to increase productivity using improved technology and approaches along the value chain. The strengthening of agriculture systems is also intended to increase livelihoods of farmers. Our Suriname Agriculture Market Access Project, SAMUP, funded by the European Union and executed jointly by FAO and the Ministry of Agriculture, is supporting the implementation of a matching grant facility to enhance production systems and agro-processing. Under this facility, small-scale farmers are given a grant up to 90% of the value of the investment, and farmers contribute 10%. Large-scale farmers and agro-processors are given grants up to 50% of the investment, ranging from $1,000 to a maximum of $300,000. To date, 218 small grant beneficiaries and 14 large grant beneficiaries have received goods and services, including planting material, irrigation equipment, food processing machines. And the total support dispensed is $2.3 million.
We have some problems with the sound. We cannot hear you, Honorable members.
IT, Zoom sound, please.
Our Agri-Food System Transformation Accelerator, the ASTA program, funded by the SDG Joint Fund, is a collaborative initiative between the FAO, UN partners, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Agriculture. And within this program, the Suriname pineapple sector is creating partnerships with other stakeholders. Even legal and governance structures have been established, and the ministry is embracing digital solutions to advance food system transformations. All these developments are going on, and as mentioned by other colleagues before, we still have the challenges of the climate change and other challenges that we have, but it is mentioned already. So I will not discuss that during this occasion that is given to me right now. I wish you all, thank you very much, and have a fruitful discussion further on. Thank you.
Excellency, for highlighting some of the areas of priorities for agri-food system transformation, where you receive FAO support, including the crucial role of indigenous peoples and to ensure no one is left behind, assistance to small-scale farmers, and assistance to the pineapple sector through the FAO UNIDO Agri-Food Systems Transformation Accelerator. I apologize also to the Honorable Minister from Trinidad and Tobago with the changes between the virtual that I forgot to thank you very much for your presentation, and in particular for your mention of the importance of the promotion of healthy diets, which FAO is supporting through school feeding programs, the digitalization of the value chain, which is also being supported by FAO, and under called that addressing the major challenges faced by small island developing states in Latin America and the Caribbean require technical support and digitalization, financing, facilitation to access financing, and other aspects. So thank you very much. With this, we are concluding this side event. Before we started, we received a very strong call to support Haiti, launched by the GRULAC, by the Ambassador of Mexico. We also had a very rich presentation from the FAO Director General, the Assistant Director General who presented the document, and here are high-level speakers, the ministers with us in person, and also ministers online. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is a follow-up to the high-level event on SIDS, LDCs, and LLDCs that was held in Rome in 2023. And we are in a very important year for SIDS, as in Antigua and Barbuda we'll have the 4th International Conference on SIDS. And a lot of this discussion and this debate, it's important that we take it there because this will define the international community's support to the program of action that will be for the next 10 years. So it's important that we ensure that agri-food systems transformation is very embedded in the document. Also, back to the high-level ministerial event of June, we'd mentioned that there was a call from the ministers to establish a ministerial network. So following this conference, we would like to share with you a small questionnaire so we can ensure that the ministerial network is, as the Director General said, fit for purpose. I wish to thank you once again for your participation, all our distinguished speakers, as well as the Secretariat and the teams, the interpreters, and the technical teams that have contributed to ensure the smooth running of this event. And with this, this event is concluded. Thank you very much.
Let me thank the moderator for a wonderful job. Also, the presentation that was made by the FAO's Director General and also the ADG, Mr. Mario Lubikin, and all the panelists for their participation in this special event. I think we have had some very insightful presentation and contribution from everyone who had made presentation here. At this point in time, I want to invite them back to return to their seat with their respective delegation. Whilst that is happening, I still see some country wants to speak. I recognize Dominica, and they will be followed by Mexico. So Dominica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted briefly to support St. Kitts and Nevis and Grenada on their call for FAO to do more to facilitate source of cooperation in the region. Chair, I can speak to Dominica's experience where we benefited from this framework in the fight against pest and disease and strengthening our biosecurity plans. As small island developing states, we are very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And with a strengthened source of cooperation, targeted support can be provided as we fight to adapt to these climate variabilities. These efforts can assist in transforming the agri-food system by boosting agricultural production and productivity while enhancing food and nutrition security and assist in alleviation of poverty in the region. This can be achieved by developing capacities to support agri-food system transformation in areas such as soil, water, and fertilizer management, providing support in plant protection by introducing innovation methods and field training for integrated pest management. Support can be provided in mariculture development. Support can also be provided in livestock by improving animal production and genetics and strengthening epidemiological surveillance, to name a few. We are convinced that among the Latin American countries and the Caribbean, collectively, there's plenty of technology, knowledge, scientific research, and good practices that can be shared. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dominica. Mexico, you have the floor.
Sorry. Gracias, señor presidente. México apoya la propuesta presentada por el delegado de mi país en nombre del GRULAC y nos complace compartir con ustedes nuestra perspectiva sobre la programación de la FAO para los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, una región con necesidades y desafíos específicos en materia de seguridad alimentaria y desarrollo rural. Cabe resaltar que la programación de la FAO abarca áreas clave para la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios de los pequeños estados insulares, como la producción sostenible, la seguridad alimentaria, la gestión de recursos naturales y la reducción de la pobreza. Asimismo, la FAO basa en su experiencia global y redes internacionales para ofrecer soluciones prácticas a los desafíos de la región, con miras a fortalecer la colaboración entre diferentes actores, incluyendo gobiernos, organizaciones internacionales, sector privado y sociedad civil. Dentro de los aspectos que serían importantes detallar en el documento LAR 24-13, se podrían precisar las estrategias y acciones que se implementarán en cada área de trabajo. Se podría también definir indicadores específicos para medir el progreso y el impacto de la programación de la vida de las personas, y se debería mencionar cómo se financiará la implementación de la programación. Esto en base a lo que aquí se ha conversado. Es importante destacar que la participación activa de los países, pequeños estados insulares caribeños, en la planificación e implementación de la programación de la FAO es fundamental para asegurar su éxito. Se debe promover la participación de las comunidades locales, organizaciones de la sociedad civil y otros actores relevantes para garantizar que la programación responda a sus necesidades y prioridades. Confiamos en que la colaboración entre la FAO, los pequeños países insulares, todos los países de la región y actores involucrados permitirá alcanzar los objetivos planteados y contribuir a la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios de la región. En especial, solicitamos el apoyo a Haití. Gracias.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Jamaica. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first join with my friends from Mexico in their call for more to be done in relation to Haiti. And I commend the presentation from our representative from Haiti here today. I want to join with the DG and commend the work of the FAO, and especially Mario and the work that he has been doing working with us, especially as a region, to focus on the challenges that small island development states face. I want to join with the members of the panel and remind us that small island development states, especially in the Caribbean, do have specific vulnerabilities, especially in relation to weather-related events. You know, when we look at an event like Hurricane Sandy, which caused a cumulative damage of about $68 billion to countries such as Haiti, Bahamas, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Cuba. We recognize that more has to be done. And as such, as I join my colleagues, I want to put forward a few suggestions. One, I do believe the FAO should place more emphasis on helping small island development states build storage capacity. We did hear from President Ali in relation to the challenges that we face, and I do believe that there is need to focus on that. Access to water is something that we've been speaking about, and clearly the FAO, through their high-level ministerial gathering, focused a lot of attention on water. We really want to see more projects around the Caribbean looking at the issue of access to water, especially considering that as small and developing states, we contribute the least to climate change, but we face the brunt of the reality. The final two is in relation to financing. The FAO has to be able to leverage green climate funds and its expertise from its worldwide engagement to be able to low-cost capital for those who want to invest in agriculture. And the final point, South-to-South research. How can we develop a youth training exchange program across the region that will really help us engage our young people in agricultural enterprise? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. So this brings us to the end of the contribution from the floor. I would just like to report, we have received a draft text as a ministerial declaration to be included in the annex to the conference report. Without reopening the report, I will ask the rapporteur to read that draft text. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The text reads as follows. We, the ministers and head of delegation of Latin America and the Caribbean, assembled at the 38th session of the FAO's Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, held in the city of Georgetown, Cooperative Republic of Guyana on the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st of March 2024, signal our commitment and the full support to eradicate hunger, poverty, and structural inequalities in order to ensure the right to adequate food, to leave no one behind. We therefore further express solidarity with the Republic of Haiti for the deteriorating humanitarian situation that compromises the food security and nutrition, as well as the livelihood of its population. We therefore further express support for the unique conditions and specific vulnerabilities faced by small island developing state SIDS due to climate change and weather shocks, as well as increased food import dependency that compromises the food security and the nutrition of its population. End of quote.
Thank you, Rapporteur. So is there any objection to have that draft text as an annex to the conference report? If there's none, then we'll have that as an annex to the conference report.
Chairman, could you?
Yes.
Could you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Could you just kindly repeat the last sentence?
Express support for the unique conditions and specific vulnerabilities faced by small island developing state SIDS due to climate change and weather shocks, as well as increased food import dependency that compromises the food security and the nutrition of its population.
So, Chairman, I want to suggest that the word we express support. I'm not sure we could support the objective conditions. I mean, we recognize the objective conditions that exist, but we will support effort gets towards overcoming those objective conditions. So the word support there to me seems not to be the appropriate word to use.
So it has, just if we could go through, it has express support for the unique conditions and specific vulnerabilities faced by states. So what you want to add?
So I'm saying that you can't express support to these unique conditions. You recognize these unique conditions and you will support mechanisms to overcome them.
Recognize the unique condition. That I want to just clarity on your proposal so that we can add to the text. So we'll change that, right? Good. Any other? So if there is no other addition or no other objection, so we will adopt this as an annex to the conference report. Is that agreed? Thank you very much. Panama? Sorry.
Sí, presidente, ¿pudiéramos ver el texto en pantalla, por favor?
Lamento que no lo tenemos y es complejo ir negociando un texto en este momento. ¿Usted quiere que es importante verlo?
Creo que para facilitar nuestra labor de revisión se lo agradeceríamos, Secretaría, por favor.
¿Podemos leerlo más lento?
Ok.
Ya.
So yes, the rapporteur will go through it slowly.
Okay, we, the ministers and heads of delegation of Latin America and the Caribbean, assembled at the 38th session of the FAO's Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean held in the city of Georgetown, Cooperative Republic of Guyana, on the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st of March 2024, signaled their commitment and full support to eradicate hunger, poverty, and structural inequalities in order to ensure the right to adequate food, to leave no one behind, further express solidarity with the Republic of Haiti for the deteriorating humanitarian situation that compromises the food security and nutrition, as well as the livelihood of its population. I believe the final para was where you were concerned. So this will be changed from express to recognize the unique. So we'll take out express support for and put recognize the unique conditions and the specific vulnerabilities faced by small island developing state SIDS due to climate change and weather shocks, as well as increased food import dependency that compromises the food security and nutrition of its population. Comfortable?
Any clarification on that, Panama?
Gracias, presidente. Con eso fue suficiente. Gracias.
Okay.
Panamá apoya el documento.
Thank you. Any other clarification? Questions? If not, by the final time, you unanimously support this draft text as an annex to the conference report. Thank you all very much. Having concluded the agenda of the day, we'll now proceed with some final announcements before the closing of today's session. I will ask Dr. Cowley to provide updates on various matters. Eve.
Thank you, Chair. So all participants are invited by the President and the First Lady to the government's reception organized on Wednesday. That's tomorrow evening, the 20th of